I doing? Twitter. Man, not having my meds is fucking killer. Oh, it sucks. We're live. Twitch.d. No, that's a comma. Slash hypnotic Aphrodite. That's me. There we go. Nice, nice. Nicey, nicey, nicey. Hello. I'm doing good. Is my camera on? Nope, of course it's not. Why would it be on? And then, is the chat box gonna work? Blah, 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 blah. No, it's not. Because why would it? Why would I expect things to work? That's so silly of me. Try it again. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. I have done it. Okay, and then hello. Yeah, I'm having a pretty good day. Can have TikTok. Shit is fucking difficult. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. There we go. Jesus. That was fucking bright. I mean, I don't know what's being weird, but whatever. So yes, we are gonna do story time. I am going to wait though, because Max is gonna come over after work, and she wants to join us in experiencing it. So until then, I did not actually do anything further on the sewing, so we're just gonna sew for a little while. In the meantime, but I downloaded Kindle on my computer. It kept saying sample, but I think maybe it's because it's like a short story, so it's not very long, so like there wasn't necessarily an option to buy it. It was just download free sample. I don't know. I think that it's the like complete thing. Isn't typo negative? Oh my fucking god. Amazing. But yeah, so let's get the brightness on this. There we go. So for now, we'll do some chill sewing, and then later Like, I feel like we can probably... I mean, I know I read kind of fast. Because, again, I'm not going to be reading every single bit out loud. I'm going to be reading it, and when there's parts that are like... I might read those out loud. Just the most outrageous bits, you know? Okie dokie. I guess I'll start with the leggy. Oh, is this gonna be enough? I think it should. I think it should be fine. It should be Gucci. Hello! Hello, hello. Welcome. Also, I went to Publix and I got some more plants. Because I can't help myself. I just love having plants. And hiccups, apparently. Okay. Trying to decide what my order of things. For real? What for real? Plants? Cause yes, plants good. I got some mini roses. I don't usually succeed at keeping those ones alive. I'm not sure why. But, you know, we'll try again. Until I get one that doesn't die. I'll just keep trying different things. Right now I've got it bottom watering in my sink. So. Alright. Your sub ran out. Oh no. I wish I had a fucking slate frame for this. But I do not. Sad. Hello. Compelled to come in. I can't imagine why that would be the case. Why would you guys ever feel compelled to be here with me? That's so crazy. I need to move down my light. Oh, you became a member. Thank you, Shadow. That's very sweet. So how was y'all's day? Did y'all have a good, nice, chill day? We'll see how far this thread gets me. Hello! Boring you were waiting for me to go live. Well, here I am. Be bored no more. You get to bask in my presence. You're welcome. Watching me sew is so relaxing. I'm glad. It's always nice to hear that the chill stuff is enjoyable. I tried taking a cat nap earlier. I was not successful. I was not able to sleep. Which is unfortunate. I'm tacking his little beans down. I actually haven't seen Puck today, but if I were to guess, I'd say he's probably in his new favorite spot, which is on this couch in our house that no one ever uses. He's just claimed it. That's his spot. Love to bask in my sewing prowess. Thank you. We love to see it. Okay. There's one paw. Oh, did I use a different color? Oh, I fucking did. For the other paw, I used a different color to embroider the details. I used a darker color. Well, too late now. Oh well. Whoopsies. It's fine. I don't know how visible it's gonna be anyway. But I mean, you can tell from a glance that it's Puck, so that's fine. Oh, I never put him back, did I? How silly of me. There he is. There's my boy. Hello, welcome. You see my name and you're like a moth to a flame. Well, I'm glad that I could provide you with some light. I'll probably definitely stuff him a little bit too. And I get like the right mix, you know, of like they get a little bit stuffed, but they don't get like stuffed, you know? You know what I mean? No. It's exciting to see it all come together. I'll definitely get probably really excited when all the cats are done and, you know, there's just a few final steps left. Like sewing the two halves of the damn thing together. That should be interesting. Okay. Almost around the palm. There's spicy literature about the Windows Helper paperclip from the 90s. I believe it. I believe it. That's... I don't doubt that at all. Ooh, an intelligence throw. Where's my die? Oh, it's right there. So, you're gonna... Whoop. I got it. You're gonna blow on it. You're going to impart your desires to the die gods so that they may or may not grant you what number it is that you want. 20 being as you are, and 1 being nice and dumb and airheaded. We love to see it. So I just want you to blow very hard. Okay? You can beg and plead to the dye gods for whatever number it is that you most desire. And I shall throw it in a few stitches so you have time to keep blowing. Also, I've been growing some sourdough starter. That's gone pretty well. It's certainly growing. Okay. Get this guy knotted. Come on. And another one. There we go. Alright. Ready? $11. So, you know, it's about halfway. So you're still going to be fairly functional. But we're just going to take some of your thoughts. We're going to crush them. We're going to turn them into pink dust. Sprinkle it back over your mind and just let the pink, the giggly, the dumb airheadedness take over some of your thoughts. Not all. You're still fairly functional. But you start feeling that high feeling, the giggly, the happy, the dumb, bimbo kind of feeling tickling up the back of your mind. Okay, switching color. Okay, that's a good knot. Choop. Oh, wait. No, this is the darker color. I shouldn't do this one because then it'll be very obvious. It won't blend in. And I want it to blend in. So, you. There we go. Tie it up again. Do another knot. Oop. No, the knot is slightly to the right. So it's not actually a double knot, it's just two separate knots. And snip. I'm gonna need to snip that too. Let's wax it. Get it all nice and strong. Very important. Also, I don't know if my internet is kind of iffy. It's been kind of recently. So, I don't know. Oh, thank you, Maple. How's your day been? Gotta sew down his pantaloonies. It's very important. Hello, welcome. Just going in and out. In. You're working currently? Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you could join us then. Come on. Trying to get the correct areas. Tricky. Your brain felt like jello? Well, good, I'm glad. Always very fun to melt your brains. Make you feel all weak and empty. Oh, nope, that's the wrong way. Silly me. I'll just do one extra up here. And brain melting is very fun. Gotta make our little knot. There we go. And snip. Now I gotta change colors again. There we go. Okay, so I need you. Hello. Hi. How you doing, my love? Get this back on. Hello, Fawn. Vibing with Wendy's? Hell yeah. worst. Found it. Go all the way through. You didn't squeak when I said hi? Oh, totally not. That would be so silly. Why would you have squeaked when I said hello to you? That would just be crazy. Get it nice and imbued in there. You're a very serious human person. Of course, totally. I've got rainbows moving behind me. Definitely no silly little pets here. That would be silly. Oh, thank you, Maple. Again, I don't know why the sound alerts aren't going. Runs off. What, are you getting shy all of a sudden, Maple? For being such a good little pet and giving subs to people. Probably never be a pet or anything. Oh, no, that would just be who would be a pet? No, you're totally a human person. Mm-hmm. Maple, why are you getting all squeaky? That's so silly of you. Why ever would you be all squeaky and flustered? Sewing up the floof. Okay, Maple. Of course, very serious human person. Yes. That's when I get all nice and close to the mic, it definitely has no effect on you at all. Right? None whatsoever. That would be silly. Why would my pretty little voice have an effect on you and your silly brain? Uh-huh. Yeah. Go on, I'm waiting. Okay, give me a minute. There we go. You forgot what we were discussing? Was it Texas? I don't know about that one. Or is that just what a serious human person would be talking about? About the weather. Alright, well then talk about the weather. How's the weather? Is it foggy and slow and sluggish? Just like your brain. I'm like halfway up the floof. Bye, I hope you have a good appointment. I'm gonna leave the top part open so that, you know, I can stuff it later. Gotta get all the floof. It's very important. No floof left behind. One stitch at a time. I'm definitely curious how the, like, sewing the two pieces of the stocking together it's gonna go, because like some parts of the, the floof that I'm sewing right now and some parts of Kronos like stick out from the outline of the stocking. So that will be interesting, I think. Oh, the dogs are barking. You're a person, you think? Are you sure? Are you positive about that? It sounds more like you're a little pet. You're from England? Welcome. They sure do be barking. Ow. Poked myself. Yeah, I think you're a little pet. Oh, the little flips. I think it's that someone's at the door. Oh. Let me just check real quick. Yeah, so give me a minute. I'll be right back. I return. I'm back. So little time, so much to do. Oh my god. Ooh, vampire makeup. Oh, I hear, baby. I made the mistake of not closing the door. Now there is a little baby void come to distract me, as he tends to do. Unless he's just gonna lay in the sun. Almost done with the floof. Oh, the rainbow on the fridge. Yeah. It's from my little crystals up by the window. The faceted ones. I guess he's just hanging out. Hopefully not doing some dumb shit that I can't see. Like my accent? What does my accent sound like? Oh, here he is. Hi, buddy. Oh, big stretch. You can't be on my lap. I know it's a tragedy, but you cannot be on my lap. I know, it's very annoying. It's very tragic for you. Are you cleaning yourself? Are you stinky? Just American, it's nice. Oh, well, I'm glad. Oh, can you hear him purr? Salem, are you being a baby? Are you being the biggest baby in the whole wide world? I think so. Okay. I need... You miss having a cat? Oh. Yeah. Having cats is the best. Is this the right color? I think so. No. 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 Well, I've been taken over. Hi, buddy. Clearly you are more important, right? Yeah. You just took your spot. You're like, yes, this is where I belong. Oh, stop. Stop being a baby. It's illegal. You can't be this fucking cute. I'm still trying to... You can't play with the string. I say as I don't do anything to help my situation. You just decided I don't need to work anymore. Attention has to be on me. It has to be on me, yeah, because I'm just a babe. Oh my. Stop it. You're being illegal. You're looking at the rainbows? The rainbows going around everywhere. Yeah. And getting jealous of a cat. Oh, you poor thing. Hi, buddy. He is very cute. No, this is no longer my stream. This is his stream now. Until he gets bored and leaves. Hi, buddy. Hi, my baby. Yeah. You're just such a baby. Yeah, you're a baby, baby, baby. Yeah. You're like, I'm not interrupting. This was my time anyway. This is cuddle time. Yeah. Is it cuddle sleepy time? Yeah, it's cuddle sleepy time. It's being baby time. You're struggling to leave. That does tend to happen here. Can I keep sewing? No. You watching the rainbows? Every fucking time. Cause my dumbass didn't fucking completely close the door. Oh my god. And then Kronos downstairs was also being real cute. And fucking rubbing his face on my foot. Like a little weirdo. But he's cute, so he gets a pass. Why are you getting annoyed now? This time you can see his tail. Don't mind me, buddy. I'm just not doing things right over your head. No, no, no. Don't even look over here. Don't even worry about it. I'm gonna end up getting fucking haunted. My cat loves me. I know. He's a baby. Betty, you've got some eye boogies. Thank you for being patient. You trying to make biscuits on me? What's up? You'll also get distracted by string. I know. Hello. Oh my god. You're so sweet. You liking me? Oh, thanks, buddy. You giving me little kisses. Kitty kisses. Why are you looking around like that? You still got buggies. I know, I'm sorry. There, I got it. You called her Kitty Boo? Oh my god. So she was 25? Damn, that's a long, well-lived life. Well-loved and well-lived life. Buddy, are you annoyed or are you just thinking? I can't tell. She's like, this is my spot now. This is where I shall be. Ooh, what the fuck? Oh. That was loud. Sam, you took over my stream. I was trying to be sort of productive and do stuff. Your sister took her home from kindergarten. Aw. That's so sweet. Look at his eyes. Oh my god, he has such pretty eyes. Salem, do you want to do a coin flip? Or rather, will you let me do a coin flip? You gonna bless the coin? I'm free! Where are you trying to go? Are you just gonna be a loaf right there? That's illegal. You're being illegal. Oops, sorry. You wanna bless it? What do you think it'll be, Salem? Oh. Well, that sucks for them, huh? Do you want to flip it for them? Do you need stimulation? It looks like you need stimulation, buddy. Hang on. Bonk. And bonk. Oh my god. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, you're so ferocious. Oh my god. Why are you standing like a gremlin? Salem. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're so ferocious. You're such a hunter. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Beep, 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 beep. Meow. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, get it. But off the table. Yep. Yep. Boop. Salem, I need my table. Down. 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 Buddy, we can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way. Oh my god. Oh my god. know. I know, you're so annoyed. Here, come this way. Come this way, so you're not in the room. Ugh, I'll get a treat. You want it? You want it? It's good. Meow. Success. I win. There we go. Ooh, another coin flip. Alright. Let's see. Damn. Shit. Unfortunate. It is no longer Salem's table. It's back to being my table. Because he got tricked, flummoxed, bamboozled by a simple little treat. Because he is a dumb idiot baby. And I love him very much. Another intelligence throw. Where the fuck did I put the die? Well, if you were a die, where would you be? Did it fall? Am I losing it? By it, I mean like sanity and such. Ah, I found it. If I were a die, I'd be dead. Uh-huh. Anyway. Blow. Blow. Real hard. Really, really hard. You guys can blow too. Blow, 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 blow. I'll do it not on top of the cats. Ooh. 14. So, just a pinch of thought. Sprinkle into pinkness. And that's about it. Yeah, you're not getting very lucky with them. It be like that sometimes, unfortunately. Lower. Okay. Let me just start my thread. Start wishing to the die gods. Plead and beg. All that jazz. That's a 3. So, what we get to do is we get to take all your thoughts. And we're just going to get them all warm and melty and turn them into pink, crushing them, melting them until they just become a fine powder, a fine mist that we spray and blow over your mind. And it makes you feel so happy and silly and airheaded and dumb. So very dumb. Everything just feels really, really good. Everything just feels really silly. And it all just feels so nice. 3 is a good number. This is true. You did a good job. Now we're starting to sew the back of Puck. Also, I was right. He is indeed in the same fucking spot that he's been enjoying all spring. Hello. You love it? Good. Don't want that to fall off. Great time to join. It sure was. It surely was. I heard pitter patters. I heard the sprint of a boy. Gotta get it all nice and secure. Go. There we go. He is really cute as a himbo. What's he doing? Yay, it's a Julia. He came in the room giggling and trying to cuddle. Oh my fucking god. What a silly goose. Oh, thank you. Thursday just got a whole lot better. Help. I don't know that I can help you with that. Tell him hi for you. Hi, Yummy. Hi, my boy. Are you being a silly goose? Yep, that sounds about right. Oops. Up, up, up. Ooh, in a quick trance. Alright. Are you ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All the way down. Nice and relaxed for me. There you go. Just like that. Nice and easy. Isn't it nice to be empty for me? To just be a mindless toy. Just for me. Very good. Take a deep breath. In and out. In and out. And up, up, up. And wake up for me. I'm like a third of the way down the back. That was so nice. I'm very glad to hear that. A little bit, yeah. Just a teeny tiny bit. Oh, there's an evil fractionation though. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Your mom needed you to test the shock collar on you? Oh, on your hand. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Up, up, up. Kinky, and then you read mom and panicked. Yeah. like halfway down the back. I will. Have a good day, Julia. Yeah, we shall. Up, up, up. Going all the way around. You pick at your lip a lot. Stop it. Stop doing that. Did I cure you? Are you cured? Just gonna do these little tiny stitches. You keep trying to message, but the snaps are too good. That is how that tends to happen. Up, up, up. For now, you're cured. I mean, you know what? I'll take it. Cured like a gel nail polish. Uh-huh. Okay. Go this way. Just trying to get like even tension. Hi, my love. How you feeling? Hi, Maple. One more hour of hell and then freedom. Aw. Normal, very smart self. Are you sure about that? It doesn't sound like that. And Fawn, don't pick at your lip. Well, this thread lost me the whole way around. I'm not sure. Purveys for Yummy. For my boy. Yeah, my very, very smart boy. My smart little drone. Are you my smart little drone, Yummy? Yeah. You're so, so very smart and definitely can do all the thinkies, huh? I know. You definitely wouldn't enjoy being all dumb and silly and giggly, would you? That would just be so silly. It's my good boy. Oh, I lost my thread. Imagine being smart. Yeah, well, you get to be all dumb here, don't you? You don't have to do thinking at all. You get to just listen and to watch, and it's so much more fun that way, huh? Already are. Good, good. I don't think that's helping me. I don't know what the best fucking direction to do this is. Can you tell that I'm struggling? Unless you're here. Yeah, then I can make it very, very slow. Up, up, up. You're trying to have thoughts, but it's just not happening. No thoughts for you guys. So sad. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Can this thread make it to the end? I don't know. Up, up, up. You appreciate the uppies? You're welcome. They're part of the evil. You don't get to stay down for very long. Just up, up, up. Like you're being edged. Almost dropping, but not quite. Just in this state of fuzziness. Up, up, up. Can't tell if your fan is going slower or faster. Are you getting tranced by your ceiling fan again? Up, up, up. That stopped a while ago. Mm-hmm. Up, up, up. My voice is just so pretty. Oh, I know. That's why it echoes in your head over and over and over again. Isn't that right? Up, up, up. It soothes the brain till it goes bye-bye. Up, up, up. Oh, I'm really playing fucking thread chicken over here. Oh, it's so close. Come on. I need you guys to believe in me harder. More. Believe in me like you've never believed before. Ah. I did skip some stitches towards the end, but that area is gonna get covered by something else anyway, so it's fine. It was all because you guys believed in me, and so I succeeded. And I beat thread chicken with this much left. Unconvincingly. No, yeah, because it was down here, and the, like, present box is gonna go here, and then Bushki's gonna go here, and Salem's gonna go here. Now we get to stuff him. Where's my stuffing? There it is. Up, up, up. Your lip feels weird. Don't pick it. Don't pick your lip, Vaughn. Aggressively drinks water. It was right there the whole time. Very large. Oh, I also have a very large polyfill. And then I think this one came with some random crochet kit. And I was like, this is going to be more than enough for this little project. Gonna get it down in there. We gotta make Puck very floofy. Not too floofy, but very floofy. Come on. Get in. Gotta get his beans. Gotta get his little front floof. You dropped your phone on your nose and didn't even feel it? Oh my god. This is true. I will be proud. And the water's over there. Come on now. You can do it. I believe in you. I need more for the chest floof. Oh, kinky. Okay, kind of even it out more or less. Not the truth. Not the fucking truth. Oh my fucking god. Spicy friendship bracelet. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. That feels pretty good. Water is in your possession? Good. Good, good, good. Just gotta sew that up. And then we can place his cute little head. Hee hee hee. The voice so soft. I know. You just can't help yourself, huh? You poor thing. Up, up, up. Don't get tangled. Almost done with this part. Can I do hypno with a sewing needle? I mean, I have before. Mostly about, you know, just sewing my creation in and out of your mind, molding it to how I like, dictating where every thread goes, where it belongs, in and out, through the fabric of your mind, of your will, in and out, over and over again, with my careful hand. Something like that. You gotta leave in 25 minutes. Damn. Okay. Cut this thread. Snip. This one goes back on. Anytime I lift my hand, you anticipate a snap. I can't imagine why. Can't imagine why that would be, that you would be anticipating something like that. Up, up, up. It's pucky time. There's a baby at the door. Meow. Is that my girl? Because those aren't cat noises.
out. It is my girl noises. Oh my god, hello. Hello, my baby girl.
We are finishing up Pucky. Hell yeah. What's my favorite trigger to use?
Your mother.
I was gonna say just kind of looking into someone's eyes and watching them melt.
What? It'd be funny. A funny like call and response trigger would be like saying Joe, and then the other person is just compelled to say Mama.
Oh my fucking god.
Joe.
Mama.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Holy shit! It's supposed to be the other way around.
I think that's just called stimming, babe.
Oh shit. Right. Alright, it's time to milk.
It was when you did the long scratch that I had a seam spec.
Oh, really? It wasn't when I went.
No.
Oh, I didn't even hear that
Oh, because I did that and you immediately, like, laughed, so I thought you heard.
No, I didn't hear the deep one, but I did hear this, like...
Yeah, that was my
And
key.
I was like, that's not the length of an arm for a cat.
Yeah, that's a big-ass cat.
That's too long for a key.
Yeah.
So how was your day, big girl?
Oh my god, this reminds me...
Also, Julia says hi.
Hi, everyone. This reminds me of the skull mask you get in Ocarina of Time! In part of a trading sequence with the mask salesman.
Oh, wow. Thanks, baby girl.
Mm-hmm.
You're so cute. Yeah. You got Puck's face.
Stop, it looks like a rat nose! It looks like a little rat nose.
You are a little rat.
Oh my god, why is that giving me some weird sort of, like, euphoria?
Oh my god. Girl, we gotta get you a fucking mask. A mask for the mask.
Oh my god. Too real.
Okay, I'm just tacking down this cream color and then we can begin. Baby girl. Baby. Yeah.
You gotta live on the edge sometimes.
Uh-huh.
I just cut my hair.
You did.
It's taking me back to first grade.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had art time and everyone, I've told you this story before, but we're children, so we aren't to be trusted with, like, our art supply packs because it had glue and scissors and things that a child shouldn't have if you want to have peace.
Yeah.
And one art day I realized, like, we had all passed our art packs back to the teacher, and I realized I still had my scissors, and I was like, secret scissors?
Oh my god.
Yeah. So after that I started like seeing all the things I could snip, and like I would find like a string on my shirt and I'm like, and I would like snip my string. I'm like, it gave me like an unbelievable rush snipping these secret strings.
Yep. I believe it.
And then I would ask like the kids next to me, like in front and behind me, like, hey, I have scissors. If you have a string that you need to be cut, I can cut it.
Oh my god.
I was like, I'm the snizzler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
and eventually, obviously no one took me up on that. Unfortunately, I don't know. Actually, I don't know why no one asked me.
Them silly gooses.
Gosh, they're so
My boys.
Oh
And
my
then Bushki
God.
will be next.
Yeah.
She'll be popping out of a box trying to
Oh my God.
bat by
Anyway.
the snowflake.
Eventually,
Anyway, illegal scissors.
I did not get the rush that I was seeking.
Wow.
So I started cutting my hair. And my snizzler days were over when my teacher came to me and was like, "Is this yours?" And she handed me a clump that she had picked up from around my chair directly. And
I wonder why children aren't allowed to have scissors.
yeah, so I got it sent home on my report card, taped to the envelope. Yeah.
Wow. That's
Honestly,
wow.
it was a time of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like it was. My snizzler days were over.
Oh, sentences you never thought you'd hear.
I know. Incredible.
I can't.
Having fun.
It's too real. Sticking out my gut for the wrist. I don't.
Yeah.
I knew the song already, but I blame the Game Grumps for bringing it more into the forefront of my mind. Wow, that is some art.
It surely is. Don't think I can show y'all the art.
I mean,
literally just look up Morning Glory Milking Farm and you'll be the Minotaur. That's what it looks like. Identical.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not nearly as like buff and sexy as I am.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So we're not necessarily going to be reading out loud.
Oh.
We're like, it's like when you watch me read and I have reactions on my face. I guess we could read it out.
We can read it and like PG-ify it.
All right.
I like that idea.
Okay.
I like that. There was certainly a little PNG of a spilling milk carton
with MG on it.
Yeah.
Getting meat in the butt. No.
Hey, sorry.
It's okay. So then do you want me to read it out loud?
We'll switch.
Okay.
You can do paragraphs.
Yeah. Can I get this to be?
My eyes are so dry. If you see me doing this squinting my eyes thing, that's because they're very dry and I've been struggling. Sorry. You just have such a cushy tush.
Yeah. A cushable tush. The goal for every client is a plentiful, speedy collection. That is the expectation with which you will approach every shift, getting our clients in and out and on with their day, all while maintaining our quality protocols. A plentiful, speedy collection makes for happy clients and a productive farm.
The fox-like woman's beaming, sharp-edged smile froze. Her glinting canines transformed into something sinister and vaguely threatening as Violet tapped the laptop, pausing the video for the third time that morning. She'd not yet made it past the introduction today, needing to repeatedly remind herself to breathe and stay upright. She was home, so bolting out into the hallway and making a break for the elevator would make little sense, particularly if she wanted to avoid the uncomfortable scenario of her elderly neighbors hearing the sound of the video coming from her apartment and discovering what she was watching.
She thought of little old Miss
Muhlstein,
thank you. From down the hall, a withered, hunched crone with the beginnings of dementia, accidentally wandering into the wrong apartment, catching my fucking cracked ass screen. sight of the instructional video and having a stroke right there in the middle of the living room.
Is that what you want? For the last thing that sweet old woman sees is some minotaur getting a tugboat? Get a freaking grip and make up your mind.
I mean, I feel like swears
Get a
are fun.
fucking grip and make up your mind.
Her portal access was only good for another 8 hours. 8 hours. Typo. Whoa. In which to decide whether or not she'd be a good fit for the team at Morning Glory Farm. If her jangling nerves and ever-present anxiety would allow her to take the plunge and click accept.
The implication of the foxwoman's words and what exactly she'd be gripping if she took the job occurred to Violet then, and she groaned in mortification. It wasn't the first preposterous mental image she'd concocted since leaving Cambric Creek the previous afternoon, and Violet was certain as she clicked
It'd be like that.
Clicked play once more that it wouldn't be the last.
The job listing had seemed too good to be true. Now hiring technicians and assistants, no prior experience required, on-the-job training, full benefits, flexible scheduling. Visit our webpage for more information and apply today. Morning Glory Farm is a subsidiary of Pfizzle Pharmaceuticals. Pfizzle.
Violet had known it the moment it pinged the hiring app on her phone nearly a week ago. She'd squinted at her phone screen in disbelief as she scrolled. No experience necessary. On-the-job training provided. 2 weeks vacation and full benefits, including dental. Dental! She had no idea what a milking technician was, nor what it entailed. But the advertised starting salary was higher than any belonging to the handful of jobs open in her degree field, none of which paid enough to comfortably keep a roof over her head.
The family upstairs had chosen that moment to begin what sounded like a good old-fashioned barn-stomping square dance, reminding her that the roof over her head wasn't exactly anything to brag about, which made the fact that she struggled to pay her rent even more galling.
Pumpkin, Daddy and I have been talking. Now, I know you're going to say no, but please just think about it, okay? We think you ought to consider coming home while you're looking for work.
She'd practically been able to hear her mother raising a hand to hold off any protestations. Could imagine it easily.
If you think you'd feel too crowded in the house now that Aunt Gracie... Oh, what accent am I trying to do?
I don't know.
If you think you'd feel too crowded in the house now that Aunt Gracie... Aunt Gracie is with us. Sorry. We can clean out the loft over the garage. It would be like having your own little apartment. You wouldn't need to worry about rent, and you'd be out of that awful city.
I cracked my ankle.
Just promise me you'll think about it, all right? It doesn't make any sense to be wasting so much money before you've found something stable, and it would be so nice having you home.
She gripped the phone. She'll be gripping something else. With whitened knuckles, trying to hold back her tears until disconnecting. Her mother always seemed to know when to call, always knew when she was at her lowest and most vulnerable, always with an abundance of love, overflowing with compassion and eager to help, but always at the worst fucking times.
Moving to Bridgeton for grad school had always...
My brain went...
Bridgerton? Yep. Had always been a point of contention with her mother. Too dangerous, too expensive, too dirty, too far away. She hadn't wanted her only child moving to the big city, several hours away from her hugs and home-cooked meals and her own untreated anxiety disorder. But Violet had been adamant.
It was a bitter pill to swallow now, being forced to admit her mother was not wrong in her assessment. There was a particular sort of indignity that came along with being simultaneously well-educated and in dire straits financially. She had done everything right. She had studied hard, made the dean's list, participated in campus events, graduated with honors, but then by the time she'd earned her bachelor's degree, her chosen job field required a master's. sending her back to the classroom, taking out several loans to do so, confident that she'd begin her career immediately after graduation. Her part-time job in the urban development office actually put her degree to use, but they'd been upfront that it was unlikely to turn into a permanent position, not with the scads of people who had priority ahead of her.
Bridgeton was too expensive, and Violet had come to admit that she didn't actually love living in the middle of a big urban city the way she thought she would. Admitted it to herself, at least.
If I don't find something soon, I'm not going to have much of a choice, she'd agreed bitterly, pressing her tongue into the roof of her mouth as her mother cooed sympathetically. Don't cry. If you start crying, she'll drive here tonight.
In hindsight, putting herself into debt to work in the non-profit sector seemed almost comical. Would have been a fucking riot were it anyone else. Unfortunately, it was hard to appreciate the humor of the situation when she was the butt of the joke. There had been no crystal ball to show her that the job market would bottom out. No sidewalk soothsayer to warn her away from the debt she was taking on. The near future had no clarion call, and so she'd never suspected she'd find herself overqualified for 75% of the jobs with openings and unable to pay back her student loans with the entry-level salaries they offered.
Ain't that just the way?
It is
Too
just
real.
the way.
She was tired of struggling to pay her rent, was certain she was giving herself an ulcer, stressing over her inability to repay her loans, and remitting the bare minimum on her nearly maxed out credit cards. But the thought of moving home, back to the boring little town she'd lived in her entire life, where no one ever left and no one ever did anything but have more kids to ensure future generations of drudgery, to the loft above her parents' garage, currently filled with boxes from Aunt Gracie's house and evidence of her mother's hobbies pursued and long since abandoned, was not one she could abide.
Now here was this job, a potential lifeline if she got it. She'd clicked the apply now button, without another moment of hesitation. Anything would be better than moving home. Who cares what it's for?
Famous last words she'd been forced to admit the previous day, squirming in her seat as the training video had been queued up, glancing surreptitiously at the other prospective new hires in attendance. A green-skinned
Hello?
An orc?
I mean, there are minotaurs.
Oh no, yeah. With broad shoulders and curving tusks, it is.
We are fully in fantasy world.
Yeah. Whose long black braid sat heavily on her shoulder. A troll. A slender troll, who'd scarcely looked up from her phone since they'd entered the video room. An anxious-seeming young man with long, rabbit-like ears who carried a water bottle emblazoned with the local university's logo, and a pair of goblins who seemed to know each other. If their non-stop chatter was any indication, there was not a human in sight, but Violet had been half expecting that.
The interview process had been simple and straightforward. An online portal to apply, followed by a video call, during which she'd been asked about her work history and organizational skills. She'd been invited to visit the facility for the final step in the process, traveling to Cambric Creek, a neighboring suburb that boasted a multi-species population. A longer commute than she'd been hoping for, but as the GPS led her through the suburb's quaint downtown, past shops and restaurants until housing developments gave way to agriculture and industrial parkways, she reminded herself of the full benefits offered. Before she knew it, she was turning onto a long circular driveway, parking in front of a building with the outer facade of a great red barn, praying this might be the break she needed. It's going to be fine. You can do this. Who cares if you're the only human? You really need this job.
Also, praise for fun. Wait, is she still here though?
Fawn, speak up.
I think she's not, because she said she was leaving.
Oh shit.
So if she's not, Maple, remind me later. I'll do like a voice note in the server. But yeah, I don't think she's here. The aesthetic design of the building went out of its way to invoke the friendly feeling of a neighborhood farmstead, both inside and out. Artificial turf in the lobby with the ceiling painted to look like a summer sky, bright, punchy colors that invoked gleaming tractors and richly painted barns, with milk glass vases of daisies on every surface.
Interesting.
They had spared no expense creating the visuals, Violet thought as she filled out tax forms and onboarding paperwork before joining the small cluster of other prospective hires. Thank you, Mark. The farmhouse aesthetic ended within the sterile white hallways of the employee corridors, the synthetic turf flooring of the lobby giving way to linoleum, and the bright colors smoothing out to cool eggshell and ice blue. A strange prickle of apprehension had creeped up her neck, a shiver she'd attributed to jitters and the strangeness of being the only human in the group.
Welcome to Morning Glory. We appreciate you all taking the time out of your days to visit the farm. The tiefling standing before... Is it tiefling?
Yeah,
Tiefling?
tiefling.
Tiefling standing before them had cool blue skin and the curling horns of a ram, and her smile was overly wide.
Today we'll be giving you a tour of the facility, as well as the opportunity to register on our online portal and watch some process videos. Your portal access is good for 24 hours, in which time you'll need to decide whether you'll be a good fit for our team. If the answer is yes, you can input your schedule availability, and you'll be put into rotation for the following week.
I like how your voice switched from Siri to, like, online customer service.
Yeah, I was trying to give that.
Yeah. It, like, switched to your, like, nasal. It was very interesting to hear. Anyway, the girl had paused to smile brightly once more. A spade-tipped tail swishing behind her. Your first 2 weeks on the job will be shadowing technicians who have been with us from the beginning. So rest assured, you'll be shown everything you need to learn before you'll be on your own.
Violet had trailed on the edge of the group for the next hour, feeling awkward and out of place as they followed the tiefling in and out of various rooms, and she hadn't been any closer to understanding what exactly the job she'd applied for entailed by the time they were led to a large classroom-like space, taking seats at the tables as the first training video was queued up. The overhead lights had dimmed, and instantly the chatter in the room had ceased, everyone straightening to attention as the video began.
A bright-eyed woman with the features of a fox had filled the screen, beaming from the center of the same lobby the prospective employees had gathered in that morning, wearing a black and white Holstein printed apron over a white cap sleeve top. Oy. Behind her, filling the upholstered lobby chairs, was a cluster of minotaurs.
Welcome to Morning Glory Farm. Incorporated nearly a decade ago, our mission has remained the same since the day our lab processed its first specimen, to uphold the integrity of the genetic material in our care, to set a new standard in pharmaceutical processing that the entire industry would model, and to provide a client-first attitude in all we do. Our brand new state-of-the-art facility in Cambric Creek marries all three tenets, putting the client experience at the center of our collection process.
As a milking technician on our collection floor, you will be tasked with ensuring a plentiful, speedy collection processed in accordance with our standards in safety and sterility. I'm not sure if that's a word.
Sterility, yeah.
Sterility.
Yeah.
Oh, I've never heard that. Maybe I have. I'm just silly. You've already taken a tour of the facility. Now you'll get to see our process in action.
Aww.
Follow me.
It's milking time. On the screen, the fox woman had twinkled as one of the minotaurs behind her rose, following her through a set of double doors. Violet had felt a sudden wave of nerves grip her, an inexplicable panic that had tightened her throat and made her grip the sides of her chair as if she needed to hold on for dear life.
A plentiful, speedy collection. What does that mean? What do the minotaurs have to do with anything? She'd had no idea why. No clue what caused the sudden premonition to squeeze her heart. But a tiny panicked voice in her head had begun to whisper, "Run."
As you've already seen, our state-of-the-art collection rooms have been designed for both client comfort and ease of execution by our milking technicians. The bi-level design, I was like, billable, The bi-level design puts the tools you need right at your fingertips, keeping the process seamless and efficient. A dedicated team ensures each collection room is fully stocked and set up for every client, so there is no lag time, setting you up for success.
On the screen, several feet above... On the screen, several feet above the cheerful woman on the upper portion of the curiously designed room, the Minotaur had lowered his pants. Violet wasn't Violet wasn't sure if her strangled gasp had been swallowed up by the room, for no one had turned or shushed her, and she'd been very nearly able to convince herself she had imagined seeing the quick glance of a rounded patootie and swishing tail as the camera panned over a chrome appliance in the center of the room where the smiling woman stood. But there could be no question a moment later when a semi-upwards Minotaur Oculus Quest appeared through an opening behind the woman's head. Having heavy-looking quizzicals hung behind the jutting appendage, and the foxwoman had beamed, depressing a pump of a large bottle on the table beside her, coating her gloved hands in oil. Also, it's very funny to watch your lips, like, moving as you're... Yeah, I just see out of the corner of my eye.
Once your room is set up and your client arrives, you'll need to ensure the collection unit is loaded and your client clipboard in order. Then there's only one thing left to do. Her smile had widened, showing a row of blinding white teeth, offset with long, sharp, completely inhuman canines, and her hands had raised, gripping the...
election.
Without a moment of hesitation. Start milking.
I imagine this lady looking like Alistair.
Yeah.
Well, the way they're talking about her smile, and I'm just imagining the ears, like, just very, like, Alistair coated.
Are you gonna be drawing fan art of this?
I mean, fucking maybe. The human men placed an enormous importance on their...
That human men placed an enormous importance. There you go.
Placed an enormous importance on their members was no surprise to her. The whole world seemed to be designed for Oculus Quests, after all. Offices that were too cold, seatbelts that cut across the neck instead of sitting comfortably across the chest, medicines that had only ever been tested on one segment of the population. Modern conveniences have been designed with only one half of the population in mind, at least in the human world. So the discovery that there was an entire underground industry devoted to human men's elections was not at all surprising. Learning the lengths to which pharmaceutical companies were willing to go to ensure the production of those election-enhancing little blue pills didn't slow, however, was eye-opening. Bull sailors, sea men, specifically Minotaur sea men, was a major component in giving the pills the oomph their devotees needed. And she, in her new role, if she decided to take the job, would be responsible for collecting it.
You walked in on... interesting things.
Lexi. Hi.
It's Lexi.
Monster, fuckery.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is this language because of TikTok? Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
And also Twitch.
Yeah.
There's been a time where you did get, like...
It's like, I'm sure we could say it, but, like, it's also funny not to.
Yeah.
Because you already know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
She needed to decide by that evening, a decision that seemed as daunting as it had in the hours after she'd left the farm in a daze as it did now. I can do this one also if you want.
Do what?
The next paragraph.
No.
Alright.
Where are you? Oh. She had spent the rest of the previous evening slumped over her laptop, watching slack-jawed as the beaming foxwoman in the video Jerked on minotaur after minotaur, huge hulking bull men resting comfortably against the padded breeding stalks, their thick
Yeah.
their thick members prominently displayed for the technician who stood a level below them. Her dreams that night had been a twisted tangle of sharp smiling teeth and the silhouettes of huge men.
Not the quiver in your voice. Men.
The shadows of their horns completely engulfing her as she was pushed to sand beneath them until she'd woken gasping in a sweaty tangle, unsure of where she was or what she was contemplating.
Also, the Discord link, I think the simple one should be discord.gg/hypnotic Aphrodite. Confiscate. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, next.
Now that she'd watched the video repeatedly, small details she might have overlooked otherwise jumped out at her. The Minotaur's girthy members, vaguely resembling their human counterparts, but there was no comparing the size. Commensurate with the heft of the hulking bullmen, their schlongs were long and impossibly thick, riddled with veins with prominent dome-like heads. Some bore the same coloration of their owners' varied hides, while others were bubblegum pink or deep red, flushed with the blood that engorged them. She wondered, watching as the technician moved her oiled hands in a continuous twist down the rigid shaft, if the men in the video had been specifically chosen as displays of the finest minotaur meat available, and considered that reality might not match up with the glossy media, same as it rarely did with human men.
I like the thought of it, talking about it matched the owner's hides. I'm imagining like Highland cow. Mm-hmm. You know, they're all shaggy.
Yeah.
Just like a hairy little guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's up to you to decide when the use of mechanical stimulation is necessary, the chipper woman had said seriously into the camera.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to... Hilarious or hot. The implication was clear. If the men were taking too long, apply the cylinders of the milking machine to speed things up.
Despite the fact that she knew exactly what was coming, Violet I feel like we're gonna get Violet began to breathe hard when the technician released her hands, letting the oiled calculus quest bob as she took up one of the silver nozzles. The hum of the machine's air compressor was a steady white noise in the video. The mechanical arms within, already pistoning, creating the rhythmic suction the Minotaur was about to experience. Sure enough, the big bull grunted and jerked as the cylinder was eased down upon his straining calculus, lowing deeply as the machine did its work.
I like to continue providing manual stimulation at this point, the technician advised, and Violet whimpered, the same reaction she had had each time she replayed this section numerous times the night before, when the woman on the video began to rub at the large, swollen, what was he called? Quizzicles. Pulling and squeezing as the Minotaur bucked against the table. Remember, the aim is a plentiful, speedy collection.
Because if quizzes are quizzical, what are tests?
Yeah.
A green light flicked to life on the machine, indicating the collection had commenced as the Minotaur lowed again, his generous hips shaking the stalks above the chipper technician's head, and he slammed against them. Violet's eyes didn't know where to dart on the screen. The rutting hips of the bullman, the cylinder sucking on that massive calculus that shut it for the opening on the bench, or the twee old-fashioned milk bottle at the base of the collection unit that was steadily being filled with white. In the end, she dragged the video's progress indicator back repeatedly, a dozen or so times, giving each point of interest her absolute focus. The bottle was nearly full when the Minotaur finally sagged in satisfaction, completely spent. And Violet did the same at her desk. Oh,
wow. She had a time
Mhm.
watching this very instructional video.
Mhm.
This is insane, she told herself. You can't do something like this. It's completely lewd and vulgar and inappropriate. Just get a job at the coffee place on the corner.
Is it, though? A traitorous little voice piped up as she opened the small pantry cabinet, seeking something for breakfast. It's a pharmaceutical company, a major multinational. It's not like you're working in some random guy's basement. She wasn't sure what she expected to find in the cupboard, knowing full well she hadn't gone shopping in over a week. Mood.
Also mood. Moo? No, that's what he did. It's not like you'd have to do it forever, the voice continued as she walked up the sidewalk a short while later, heading to the discount grocery store several blocks away. Just until you can get on your own feet and pay down some bills, until you can find something in your field that actually pays a living wage. She didn't know how long that would take, and didn't know if there would ever be jobs in her field that paid more than a pittance.
The smell of the chain coffee shop on the corner caught her nose then, a waft of dark beans and sugary pastries, and Violet stopped in her tracks, heedless of the couple behind her, who were obliged to step into the street to move around her frozen form.
What the hell are you doing? You're almost 26 years old and you can barely pay your rent. You're on your way to buy day-old bread and generic orange juice. Really, you're gonna get a second job at this coffee shop? You'll need to, because at this rate, it's the only way you'll ever be able to afford to have anything there. This job could be a lifeline, remember? Stop being so stupid.
She imagined the curl of the overpriced coffee leading her by the nose like an old-fashioned cartoon character as she crossed the street, pausing for only a moment before the shop's heavy doors. She was down to the last crumpled $20 bill at the bottom of her shoulder bag, and she actually did need to buy that no-brand orange juice, but she wanted breakfast, a proper breakfast. The coffee was burnt and bitter tasting, doctored with overly sweet syrups, and the honey glazed challah bread that had cost nearly half of that crumpled 20. But it didn't matter. She thought once she was back in her apartment and in front of her laptop once more.
She paused, closing her eyes as she bit into the still warm bread, honey sticky on her lips, before clicking on the link that would take her to the schedule input screen. Welcome to Morning Glory Farm. It was gonna be okay, she breathed. You'll be on the schedule next week, and pretty soon you can drink all the overpriced burnt coffee you want. She queued up the video one last time before bed that night, after she'd received the confirmation email welcoming her to the farm and outlining what she'd be doing the following week. Hands-on training will be provided.
Hands-on conscious training. She was going to be good at this, Violet decided, dragging the cursor back to zoom in on the technician's hands, memorizing the way she gripped the slippery calculus, the way her hands twisted. She always applied herself, given schoolwork and her part-time jobs her all. And this would be no exception. When the green light clicked on, she noted the way the Minotaur's hips bucked against the breeding bench, his movement matching the rhythmic spatters against the inside of the bottle. His deep bellow of pleasure seemed to rattle in her brain as she settled in her bed, wondering if they would all make that same sort of noise, if they'd all buck and thrust wildly when they came as the Minotaurs in the video had. Hands-on training starting next week. You'll be finding out soon, she thought, ignoring the tingle between her thighs as she turned out the light. Tingle, tingle, Kulu, Limpa?
I'm sorry,
those
what?
are Tingle's magic words. Don't steal them.
I love you. The collection floor needed to be clinically clean. That was the first step covered in training before even entering the room. Violet understood the heading in her training binder, adding stars to either side of the bold-faced lettering in an effort to emphasize the importance in her mind. Collection floor, clinically clean.
You just want to follow the steps. It's really that simple. Keep the workspace clean. It makes it easier for the next tech and keeps the day moving. You don't want to fall behind because someone else didn't call for cleanup. Because once you're behind, you'll be behind all afternoon. Don't be the tech who throws off someone's whole day.
She had arrived that morning with a twist in her guts and what felt like sand coating her tongue, the same sort of nausea-inducing anxiety she'd always suffered from with every new class, new club, new experience. The pressure of being a perfectionist. What? The unarticulated terror of not being an automatic expert. What? It would pass, she knew, but that never calmed her jangling
nerves.
Or settled her stomach at the time.
When she made the drive to Cambric Creek the morning of her first visit to the farm, she'd been too focused on following the unfamiliar directions, turning when the smooth-accented AI said to turn. Now that the route was a bit more familiar, she found herself gazing out the window as she navigated her way through the picturesque town square with its gazebo and waterfall and expansive green park.
Shops and restaurants lined Main Street, bistros and boutiques, an oculist beside a shop with brightly colored...
Occultist.
Oh. An occultist oculist. Uh-huh. Brightly colored stained glass windows, an interesting looking bookshop, and a nail salon boasting a promotion on talon dips. Oh. Ow. When she stopped at a light, the rich scent of coffee coming from a wide windowed storefront with black awnings and curling white lettering teased at her nose, and her stomach growled. Violet had a feeling it would be of a higher quality brew than the 78-cent gas station latte in her cup holder, a daily indulgence that she poured into a floral tumbler so that she appeared to be sipping from one of the craft beverages from the chain near her apartment. Better quality and probably a whole lot more expensive.
A family... Oh, I had a bubble in my throat.
Yeah.
A family of moth people had crossed the street before her as she idled in front of the town's central square the morning of her first scheduled shift. A couple with 2 small children. As she watched, the roly-poly baby was tossed in the air by the bespectacled Mothman. Peals of squealing infant laughter meeting her... That's why, because they're moths.
Yeah.
Meeting her ears through the open window as the flailing bundle was caught. There had been a Mothman who lived on...
Mothman.
There had been a Mothman who lived on her floor in the city for a short time. Tall and slender and strangely attractive, with lovely smoke-colored wings and impossibly long fingers. But he'd kept to himself, his giant eyes lowering on the rare occasion they passed in the hallway, and she never worked up the nerve to speak to him. Ew! You tell me drink, but give me no water?
I'm sorry,
This is but a pittance, my lady.
Not the pittance.
A mere sprinkling of the tongue. Oh my god. No.
Okay.
I've worked so hard today.
I did it! I'm a hard-working goddess. I definitely worked just as hard as you today.
Yes, you did. It's hard to be so pretty.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh, yeah, get that good asthma. Asthma dreamer. Stop.
Not the asthma. You got asthma?
I got the asthma. I got that diabetes. The diabetes.
She'd watched as the couple reached the opposite sidewalk where they were greeted by a petite goblin clutching the hand of her own small green-skinned child. This is a nice place. The thought had come to her unbidden, but the moment that it crossed her mind, she had known it was true. This is a nice place, and they wouldn't have a business that wasn't completely on the up and up, operating right out in the open.
Everything you need is right here, so it's super simple. There's no uniform to buy. The scrubs are in the locker room. You just need to drop them in the laundry cart at the end of each shift, and you can change them throughout the day if you need to. There's nothing you need to buy, nothing you need to bring. Oh, you'll get a water bottle once you start. I keep mine in my locker so I don't forget it. That's really it. You just need to make sure you're following protocol with the clipboards and client labels and leave the rooms in the same condition you found them. Cleaning checks the sprayers every night, so you never have to worry about being out of something. It really is an easy job once you get into the groove of things.
There were color-coded spray bottles containing different sanitizers on the wall outside of the collection room doorway. Purple for the breeding bench, scented like oranges. Green for the collection floor with a strong industrial odor. The scent did not linger, the girl assured her, drawing her attention to the mop clipped beside the sprayers. The bench needed to be sprayed down after each client left the room, and the floor given a cursory mop. If there was a bigger mess to clean, that bit relayed with a conspiratorially cocked eyebrow, she was to punch in the cleaning code into the keypad in the hallway and flip over the red circle on the door before leaving, a signal to the janitorial associate who would respond with a warning for the next technician that the room was not ready for clients.
Violet nearly turned the same shade that her name implied when...
She turned... Wow. Is that why her name is Violet?
Yeah, her name implied when her brain caught up with what was implied by a bigger mess. Before locating the instruction in her binder and drawing a rectangle around the 4-digit code that would call for janitorial aid. How often does that happen? Am I going to need to wear galoshes?
It's not that common an occurrence, the other woman continued, as if she was able to divine thoughts. Violet had initially thought her to be another human, but the longer she spent trailing after the upbeat employee, the more she understood that her assumption was in error. The woman's wide, dark eyes were just that, wide and dark, a solid, inky pupil that bled into an iris of the same color, with no white sclera to break up the doll-like effect. She wore the uniform surgical cap over her dark hair, but as the afternoon went on, Violet was able to make out twinned protrusions at her hairline, poking against the thin batting of the elastic cap. Either horns or antenna, she deduced.
It might happen once or twice in these early days, but you'll get a hang of it pretty quickly. The clients get upset if any of their collection is wasted, you know? Every drop on the floor is a drop they're not getting paid for, and you're not going to want to deal with the mess. Let's just say it's a very good incentive to not be slow with the nozzle.
She nodded, frantically scribbling notes in the margins of the training binder she clutched, despite the fact that each page featured brightly colored illustrations and step-by-step instructions. She had always been a frantic note-taker in school, missing half the lecture in her haste to write down fucking mood. That's why I don't write notes. Anyway. Every single innocuous-sounding detail, and found herself slipping back into the bad habit now, in this strange place, in this strange town.
The collection floor needed to be clinically clean. Anything less in the bottles might be compromised, and there was nothing more important than the white-filled bottles, sloshing in their old-fashioned wire carriers.
Hooking up the machine is the most intimidating part of the process, but it's really easy once you get the hang of it. You just want to make sure you're not cutting any corners now, because when you're slammed in 2 months going from client to client, you'll be running on pure muscle memory, you know? It's important to learn to do things the right way in the beginning.
Her throat seemed to seemed to seize as she swallowed, nearly choking at the girl's words. How could she think that? The machine? Who cares about the stupid machine? She'd been walked through the laundry facility, shown where the employee locker room was, and where to find extra scrubs, led through the process of picking up her assigned rooms for the day, and now a tour of the collection rooms themselves. But they'd still not covered the main aspect of the job, and Violet felt the reality of what would be expected of her sitting in the corner of the room like some great hulking horned shadow. The paper face mask evidently hid her exasperated expression, and the older woman turned away cheerfully, swinging open the door to the collection floor.
A circular work area lay ahead, anchored by the milking apparatus in the center of the room, surrounded by a low bank of coolers and an empty table which would be filled with clipboards when the room was in use. A rack of shiny chrome cylinders rested beside the table. The collection tanks, Violet understood immediately. Old-fashioned glass bottles, the kind she'd seen in the roadside country stores, and the most perverse detail of the farm's aesthetic, in her opinion, sat in neat lines on a shelf above an autoclave where they were to be sterilized before being loaded into the machine.
She did her best to pay attention, noting how the autoclave was started, the way the collection tanks were hooked into the milking machine, and how the hoses were connected. Violet supposed the mechanical aspect of the job might in fact be intimidating, particularly the speed with which she was expected to execute the setup. But she found herself surreptitiously glancing upwards every few seconds, her eyes finding the hole in the bench above her head every time her training partner turned away.
The collection floor sat a half level below the area the clients entered, a short staircase granting the collection associates access to the upper part of the room. The bench, from what she could see of it, reminded her of the 20-minute massage chairs in the center of the mall back home, which self-consciousness had always kept her from patronizing. The bench above her had a similar design, a padded headrest and armrests, cannily placed braces for the sitter's legs to rest against, and a wide support for the torso. It was tipped forward at a more extreme angle, and the sheer size of the thing gave hint to the tremendous stature of the clients who would be resting there. The main differences were the thick upholstery cushioning and, of course, the hole. Placed in the center of the bench's front supports, the opening gave clear access to the technician on the lower level, just before the chrome machinery in the center of the workspace, identical to those used on traditional dairy farms.
Violet... Oh my god. Violet wondered, as her hand reached out to lift one of the milking machine's nozzles, if the minotaurs would be able to see her below them as she worked, or if she would be completely hidden from their view. Her mortification at the thought was thankfully well disguised. She'd been worried that the cow print apron and short-sleeved top worn by the technician in the video was the actual uniform, but reality proved to be much more sterile. The provided nursing scrubs were worn with a surgical cap, an isolation mask that covered the majority of her face, and sterile gloves. She had breathed a sigh of relief as she caught sight of herself in the reflection of the glass wall outside the locker room that morning. Her identity was indecipherable.
The circumference of the nozzle in her hand was larger than that of a soda can, her fingers barely able to stretch around it, her nails not quite meeting as she lifted it for inspection. A silky interior met her fingers, highly textured medical-grade silicone, filled with bumps and nodules and ridges. Her training partner flipped the chrome-plated switch at the side of the collection unit then, and the machine whirred to life. Violet watched as the hydraulic arm began to move, pistoning up and down, causing the nozzle in her hand to buzz and hum, the percussive thump of the motor seeming to match the sudden pounding of her heart.
Once you've got the tanks hooked into place and the client situated, the other girl began, shrugging as Violet... Ugh. I keep saying fucking violent. As Violet looked up. She was able to see the smile in the other woman's eyes, despite the paper mask that covered the majority of her face. You just get to work. It's as easy as flipping a switch.
Her hand moved over to the opening, fingers pressing into the silky smooth interior once more, catching on the nodules within until she felt the suction of the machine, a rhythmic tightening, inhaling her fingers into the mouth of the nozzle. The light that came from above would be blotted out, she realized, when a hulking body covered the bench above her. The glow from the upper level, currently afforded by the hole in the bench, plugged with turgid male flesh, leaving her in shadow to handle the sucking nozzles below. The implications of the machine, the pistoning suction, the interior texture and nodules, the size of the cylinder in her hand, the hole in the bench above her head. Blood pounded in her ears. The room pitched, and Violet staggered away from the circular work area, gasping for air. Her lungs felt as though they'd been inexplicably deprived as the trainer clicked the machine off.
Girl is far too horny for this job.
She really is.
I know it's a lot, the other woman called out, once more seeming to discern her thoughts. The cleanup, the machines, the checklist. It's all to remind us that this is a normal job, you know?
Yep.
It's not any different than working at the blood banks or the organ trade-in places. Some facilities extract venom from Sneeple. Just kidding. Snake people to make medicines. We extract this. It's no different.
She straightened, sucking in a long breath, wondering what kind of establishment traded in organs before shaking the unsettling thought away and pushing back her shoulders. Right. It's definitely not sex work.
It's not. Technically, the other woman went on, eyeing Violet dubiously. There's a sexual element in it for the clients, obviously. But that's not even true for all of them. Some of them are just here to get paid. But humans have a, let's say, different view on what you call sex work, don't they? Than a lot of us do. There are a lot of species that go through seasonal heats. Did you know that? It's not just being horny. It's a medical handicap. Not everyone has the luxury of having someone at home to help them get through it. Being a heat helper is a real job, you know, and a lucrative one. Seasonal assistance positions, they're called. It's more like home health care, I guess. You'll see soon enough. It's not sexual for us, not any more than drawing blood is. Do you need to take a breather? No different than drawing blood. You're gonna be good at this.
Not fucking heat helper.
What's wrong, so?
No, I'm fine. What's next? The girl eyed her speculatively for a long moment, the foreign appendages on her head beneath the paper cap. Definitely antenna. Her doll-like eyes crinkled as she smiled before nodding.
Yep, I think you will be. Come on, let's take 15. You can grab a snack from the vending machines. Then we'll start some rotations, okay?
The goal for every client is a plentiful, speedy collection. Violet felt her insides turn to jelly at the thought of seeing the collection process live in person already, but she squared her shoulders once more, nodding. She could do this. Sounds good to me. I'm ready for it.
She was not, in fact, ready for it. The first client of the day had been a towering minotaur of at least 7 feet, and she gaped at the sight of him gazing down from the room's upper level, lazily pumping the election that jutted from the opening of his pants, grateful for the mask she wore. His expression was cocky as he turned to undress fully before straddling the breeding bench, smirking over the aside at the antennaed girl's announcement that a trainee would be observing that day. Well, you'd better train her up right and give her a good demonstration of the proper technique.
His entire body was covered in a spotted, short-haired hide of sable and cream, and his long member bore the same markings Violet saw once. He lowered himself to the bench, cocculus slipping through the opening. The spots on his shaft were interrupted by several thick veins, the markings fading as her eyes traveled up the stiff length, her mouth running dry at his wide mid-shaft swell, ending in the light pink head the size of her fist. The deep slit at its tip already beating with moisture.
Ew. Oh no.
No!
No! That's all. That's all, folks.
I don't know how to get the rest of it. No! How do I get the rest?
Wow.
Okay, hang on.
Oh my god.
Hang on. No, we gotta do. I'ma do.
Where's my phone?
Your what?
My phone.
I don't know.
Oh, it's right there.
Oh, you silly goose.
Silly. Yeah, you make silly goose. You make silly goose.
You don't know why you're so panicked? I can't imagine why. Hello, Safari. I would like to read a book for no particular reason. Morning Glory Milking Farm. Full book. It didn't type anything. It's loading. We need more. She hasn't even done it herself yet. Come on, Safari. Mood hoops. No.
Moops.
Not the moops. Morning. Glory. Milking. Farm. Bull. Book. Borrow? No, not from a library. Just give it to me. I'll pay $3.99. I don't care. Just give it. Okay. So, back to Kindle. What if there isn't a full... No, there definitely is a full book. I have seen it several times on TikTok. I did accidentally buy the audiobook the first time I was trying to find it, though.
Wow. Do you want to, like, return?
I don't think I can.
You can get refunds. I'm pretty sure. The Dom Chronicle.
The Duronicle?
Oh. Yeah.
Delivered to my Kindle library. Yes.
Oh my god.
Give. We're getting there.
Oh
There it is. Download.
Oh no. Oh no.
We're Gucci. Here, audio activated. Okay. She was not in fact ready for it.
No, keep going. Keep going.
Technique.
Keep
Moisture.
going.
No, right here.
Oh, okay.
I'll start.
Okay.
This won't take long, he chuckled, groaning when the technician's oil-slickened hands gripped him, slickening his skin in a smooth glide. I'm ready to burst as it is. This is 2 days of build-up.
Oh, wow. She stepped closer as her training partner began stroking the long clock. I realize that's funny. Wanting to ensure that she was fully concealed beneath the bench. And wanting a better look, she admitted to herself. His balls indeed looked full to bursting, at least to her eyes, as she watched in fascination as his sack tightened as he was pumped. The twinned bulges, skin concealed, raising slightly. Pressure on the head, she read, glancing down to his chart. And sure enough, the technician's hand closed over the Minotaur's clock head. Pushing back the thick foreskin, her wrist moving in a figure 8 movement as she squeezed. We're gonna get shut off TikTok so soon.
Bye, TikTok. Bye, TikTok. You know what? At this point, if they haven't come on Twitch or YouTube, that's their fault. Anyway.
Figure 8 movement as she squeezed. Violet was certain she was blushing at the squelching sound made by the movement. But the Minotaur above didn't seem to mind, letting out a deep bellow. You know that's what I like.
When his hips began to pump against the upholstery, chasing his release with sharp thrusts, the other girl motioned meaningfully to the chrome-plated milking machine, nodding with a smile when Violet hesitantly reached out to flip the switch. The motor whirred to life, the piston within beginning to move.
You want to pay attention to their cues, she said, once Violet had...
Leaned in.
What?
Thank
Oh
you.
my god.
You need to turn in.
I was like,
Well,
what the fuck was that?
thank you for joining us. And, you know, you can always watch the rest of it later.
That was a new...
It's because it's
thing.
from on YouTube.
Oh.
We just usually never get
okay.
anything
I was
from
like,
YouTube.
What the fuck
So-
was that?
So you've never heard it before.
No. Once they start bucking, it's best to just turn it on. That way you're ready. In the beginning, you can turn it on as soon as you want, as soon as you start, until you're comfortable judging. It's better to be too quick with the nozzle than too late.
When the intended girl passed her hand over the Minotaur's swollen quizzicals, he jerked hard against the bench, grunting, "Get ready, new girl."
Get ready, new girl.
He groaned out, his lips stuttering when the
His
hips stuttering when the technician picked up the nozzle, sucking it over his dripping head in a teasing manner.
I'm about to blow and you don't want to miss a drop. The nozzle made several passes, his pink clock tip disappearing and reappearing, a wet thread of his pre-release clinging clinging obscenely to the lip of the silicone before it was worked over his shaft fully. And then it was all over.
Welcome back.
The Minotaur arched against the bench, groaning something unintelligible just before he came, shaking against the upholstery and filling the bottle at the base of the collection unit with ropes of white, his hips hitting the bench with a terrifying force, over and over, culminating in a grunt of satisfaction as he slumped against the headrest, drained. The milk bottle, Violet noted with a trembling hand, was full.
He's one of the earners.
Whoa.
The antennaed trainer explained after the cocky Minotaur had risen and redressed, wishing her good luck with a wink that sent heat flooding to her cheeks before leaving the room with a jaunty whistle. A what?
A jissle.
Oh my god.
Oh. Violet watched her efficiently pull one.
Sorry.
pull one
Up.
of the barcodes from the. Why are you up? Whatever. Efficiently pull one of the barcodes from the clipboard. Neatly affix it to the front of the bottle before the label was scanned. The white-filled bottle placed on a small scale until the digital display flashed. Accepted. 24 fluid ounces. 24 ounces, she thought to herself, gulping. She wishes she could be gulping. She wondered over the puddle-sized she wondered over the puddle size 24 ounces would make. What a mess that might be to clean.
Those are the clients that can account for every drop. Literally, they can pull on their balls and calculate exactly what they'll be making for the day. It's wild. You definitely don't want to be too slow with the nozzle with any of them.
Wow. Violet nodded, making a mental note, hoping she'd remember to add it to her binder. Earners, be quick with the nozzle.
So you need to put the sticky label from his file.
Keep reading.
From his file on the bottle, scan and weigh it. That's how they get paid, the trainer instructed. And then this collection tank and hose get put on the conveyor. We don't have to do the cleaning, thank the goddess. You're welcome.
That's why I was
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You were reading ahead.
No.
You go over the sanitation checklist. I'm going to go grab the next file. We probably only have about 15 minutes before the next appointment, so be quick about it.
My eyes are just so tuned to see that word.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah. She sprang into action, panicked at the thought of slowing down the schedule, slightly horrified over what she'd just witnessed, over what she'd be taking part in, and more than a little curious to watch it happen again. You can do this. Just think about the loft above the garage. What's worse, squaring her shoulders. Violet double-fisted the cleaning nozzles like a cowboy, already knowing the answer to that particular testicular question.
The rest of the week passed in a blur. She memorized her training binder backward and forward at that point, watched and rewatched, and I bet rewatched the training videos available on the company portal until she was able to anticipate every twist of the smiling fox-faced woman's hands, could speak along with her verbal instructions, and knew exactly when the minotaurs on the video would groan and thrust, erupting into the nozzle of the collection unit. She had
Hello? She had practiced setting up the rooms and running the autoclave, even though it technically wouldn't be a part of her daily duties. Knew how to hook the collection units into the machine and affix the labels to the fronts of the milk bottles with one hand. The additional knowledge passed on by her
What about praise? You didn't redeem a praise. Who do I need to... You redeemed an up. No, Maple redeemed a praise for Fawn, who's not here. So I'm later on Discord, I'll redeem that praise.
The additional knowledge passed on by her training partner was invaluable, information not included in the binders, and she now knew the difference between the earners and the clock watchers. And casual clients...
That one was actually clock.
And the clock watchers and casual clients, and had been slightly horrified to learn about the good little cows. All right.
Excuse me?
Is that meaning what I think it's
Exqueezy? And that's okay, Maple. I'm sure she'll be pleased to get a surprise one later. Or maybe if she pops back in, you know? About the good little cow.
Wow.
Oh, what a good little cow. Did you tell her about the scrubs? Asked a middle-aged ogress.
Sorry.
Toward the end of her first week, Violet had settled into a routine for each day. She'd make the drive to Canebrick Creek, her stomach tangled in a bundle of nerves, cursing herself for not leaving early enough to stop at the little black awninged coffee shop.
What?
Awninged.
A girl. This writer needs to get shot.
Yeah. A new kinky black awninged coffee shop she passed in the town center, arriving... Well, there's a reason it was only $4.
Yeah.
Arriving at the farm with just enough time to sit in a car and breathe herself back to a state of relative confidence. The job wasn't so bad, she thought, if one overlooked the work actually being done. The co-workers she'd met so far were friendly and welcoming and eager to offer pointers, and she was grateful for their experience.
You'll want to check the file before you put on the scrubs, the ogress advised, pulling her own lime green top over her broad shoulders. Sometimes they make requests. For the scrubs? There's a denim overall print and an alpine milkmaid. Well, I'm not saying they're all like that, but just be aware.
Kirime.
Crime.
The rhyme.
Yep.
Kirime groaned in disgust, shoving her powder blue backpack into her locker with more force than necessary. The intended girl had been her training partner the entire week, introducing her to the other milking technicians and the janitorial staff, remaining cheerful and upbeat throughout, and Violet liked her immensely.
I'm sad to say it's true, Violet. You know how the clock watchers want to get in and out as fast as possible?
Violet nodded with a gulp. The other techs had been teaching her the unspoken rules of the farm, the sort of information she wouldn't find in any of the manuals or videos. The earners could account for every drop of sailors they produced, practically earning a second income from their output. Nice work if you could get it, she thought privately. The pop and goes were the minotaurs who visited the farm infrequently, sometimes for the very first time, who were unprepared for the sensation of the sucking milking machine nozzles, ejaculating almost immediately, and leaving the room just as quickly, unable to meet the tech's eye no matter how They'd blustered when their pants were still on. The clock watchers tended to be businessmen, always on their way to somewhere else. The milking process was a transaction to those bulls. They rarely vocalized on the breeding bench, remaining as still as they might have during a prostate exam in the doctor's office. Boo! Boo! They were brusque. Oh. Brusque. They were brusque and slightly intimidating, and her least favorite type of client, she decided in the few days she'd been observing on the collection floor.
You can do that.
Well, there's another type of client to be aware of.
The ogress snorted, snapping the head covering on her tightly shorn hair. The good little cows. The good little cows.
Kirime nodded, making an expression that Violet had come to decipher as her version of an eye roll, or at least as closely as she could approximate with her solid black sclera.
They really like to push the fantasy of being milked. It's a fetish thing for them, but they tend to be the very best tippers, so it's just something to tolerate. But, she went on, raising her thin eyebrows and pointing at the ceiling, the suits are serious about keeping everything professional, so if any client ever tries to push the envelope too far, you can end their session and report them, and they won't be welcomed back.
What's up, Soph? You'll get the occasional client who wants you to lick it, the ogress added helpfully, and Violet felt her stomach clench as both women groaned. They'll be like, this will go faster if you suck it, baby. But it's almost always the pop-and-goes who say that, like they're not going to explode immediately anyway, and then we never see them again, so it doesn't matter, she laughed.
Violet echoed with her own weak chuckle, feeling queasy at the thought. She didn't want to be a part of these men's fantasies. She wanted to be an invisible presence under the bench beneath them, wanted to tell herself she was performing a technical action no different than drawing blood, and more importantly, she wanted to believe it.
So hard. Stop scaring her, Ruga, the intended girl admonished. That almost never happens. And don't worry, I checked the files already. We don't have any good little cows today. Darn!
Almost as if the ogress had spoken it into existence, the first client of the day was one of the pop-and-go bulls, full of swagger, commenting that he hoped the impressiveness of his member wouldn't scare off the new girl. When the nozzle was applied to his head, the green light on the machine illuminated almost immediately, and the Minotaur stiffened, shaking as though he'd been electrocuted against the bench above. He was silent as he dressed, thin tail swishing as he ducked out the door with his pants still unzipped, and she and Kirime dissolved into giggles, her panic over the morning's conversations forgotten.
It's fine. Everything will be fine. At night, when she was back in her little Bridgeton apartment, she would log onto the company portal and check her hours for the day, using the calculator on her phone to tally up each day's earning, deducting taxes and the cost of gas, and adding it to the previous day's total, doing a giddy little dance around her kitchen at the growing balance. She couldn't remember the last time she'd earned so much money, the last time solvency was an actual possibility, and would tuck in her bed with her tablet, scrolling through home decorating sites and recipes featuring luxury ingredients she'd never been able to previously afford. You're going to be great at this, and you're going to pay off your credit cards before the end of the year. What book are we reading? We are reading Morning Glory Milking Farm, which is about milking minotaurs.
So you see how it says 18 minutes left in chapter?
Mm-hmm.
Could we stop at the end of the chapter?
Maybe. Sure.
Okay.
Like, stop?
I mean, I guess you can keep going, but
I mean, you can lay down in my bed and you can listen to me reading.
Okay. Her ebullient confidence lasted through 2 more clients, both earners, both easy and fast. A good start to the day, leading her down a path of self-delusion, overconfident that everything would stay this simple and rose-colored.
Okay, Violet, you're gonna handle the next one, okay? I'll be right here, so you don't need to be nervous.
All of her training, all of the videos and checklists and the handbook she memorized backward and forward, her confidence over the morning and her first week, the excitement over her future financial solvency, and the fantasy shopping trips she'd taken in her mind. the promise of savings in the bank, and her certainty that she'd be good at this job. It all dried up, blowing away like a scatter of leaves in an autumn breeze, leaving her legs as wobbly as a newborn foal as she entered the collection room at the other girl's encouragement. Somewhere in the course of the last week, she'd lost sight of the reality that she was the one who would be administering the milkings, that she'd be a passive observer no longer. She had become very comfortable trailing after Kirime, carrying the clipboards and springing into action when the tanks needed to be clicked into place and the labels affixed as if that would be the extent of her duties. This would be the reality of the job, she gulped. The end of her innocence.
Violet wasn't sure what she had been hoping for as she entered the room, but her stomach sank at the sight of a broad, well-muscled back encased in a crisp, white dress shirt. The Minotaur was already stepping out of his well-tailored pants and carefully placing them over the chair back, the glint of his heavy watch face catching the light, the clear markings of one of the clock watchers. Maybe he'll be different, she thought, staring up at the Minotaur dumbly from the lower level.
The short, silky, coarse hide that covered his body was the same color as the shaggy, pecan brown hair that fell messily into his face, with huge roan-colored horns pushing through it like weeds, stretching outward into the sky. He was already partially elect, she saw at once. Well, that'll speed things up, if nothing else. Her jaw worked, a dozen different awkward greetings crowding her mind, leaving her tongue useless and her voice mute as the Minotaur turned, the overhead light catching on the thick gold rings spanning the width of his pink nose. He's sounding pretty handsome. Not gonna lie.
Methinks this might be our main guy.
Yeah.
I'm on my lunch break, he announced in a deep, resonant voice, cutting off her failed preamble before it had a chance to fully draw breath.
Her hope that he'd be friendlier than the typical clock watcher fizzled away as she nodded silently, still unable to force words from the throat. Fortunately, Kirime was, as she'd promised, right there.
That's no problem. We have a trainee working with you today, but I assure you we'll have you out the door in no time. She'd never been under the table in the lead position before, Violet realized, feeling panicked claustrophobia grip her as the light above was blotted out when the Minotaur swung his leg over the bench. His hooves scraped against the turf lining on the footrests as he settled himself into position, filling the opening in the bench with the thickest clock she had ever seen, his wide hips sealing out the light completely. There's a prime beef joke to be made here, I just know it.
She sucked in a breath, holding it for several seconds in an effort to steady herself, exhaling through her nose slowly. You can do this. Just remember the steps. Her hands were trembling by the time she took up the clipboard, ensuring all necessary bits of information were filled in, completing the sanitation sweep, and ensuring the collection bottles were locked into the milking station. All that was left, she read on the checklist, was to start the milking machine and lube up her gloved hands.
Pecan brown at the base, the same shade as his short hide, fading until it bled into pink at the thick swell midway up his shaft. Her hand was unable to span the circumference of him, obliging her to use both.
Damn.
To slicken him with oil, all the way to the tip, the head still shielded by his floor skin.
You can't put your hand around him, and he's not even really that hard. This is a chub for him. Her small hands were likely to be a detriment to the job, she thought as she reversed her motion, slowly pulling his floor skin back to reveal the bulbous dark pink head, shiny smooth with a deep winking slit. Ew, that's gross. One of the veins snaking up from the base was the same width as... Oh, I thought you said arms. I don't know. I was like, Jesus. God. One of the veins snaking up from the base was the same width as one of her fingers, and she traced it with the tip of her nail. As she made one more pass with the lube, confident that she could begin stroking him with no discomfort.
Time to get to work before he gets impatient.
Thinking of the training video, she tightened her grip. This bull was in a hurry, after all. She knew how to give a hand job, knew how to squeeze and stroke. You can do this.
The side of her pinky slid beneath the edge of his foreskin as she worked down the shaft, circling around his clock head from within the protective layer of skin to ensure he was adequately slick, raising her head in surprise at the sharp intake of breath from above.
Violet paused, hoping she hadn't caused any discomfort, bracing herself for rebuke as she quickly pulled her hand back. But none came, and the Minotaur remained silent, although it seemed he was breathing a bit harder.
He would say something if he doesn't like what you're doing, right? Just let me know if I'm using too much pressure, she called out hesitantly, having heard Kirame say similar things to clients brand new to the farm. Or not enough pressure. Just, let me know. A short grunt was her only response, and she shrugged to herself, gripping the turgid length once more. He definitely responded to that. You weren't imagining it.
There was nothing on his chart. She read from where it was propped up on the table before her. No preferences, no technician notes, nothing more than his initials and age and weight, followed by the 8-digit identification number and barcode, matching that of the adhesive label she would have fixed to his bottle. No noted preference, but as she slipped her finger beneath the loose pucker of skin once more, the Minotaur grunted again, his breath hitching when she circled around the flared underside of his still-sheathed clockhead, rubbing against the inside of the foreskin on another circular pass before sliding her pinky free and gently easing the skin back, exposing his head.
I'm just trying to understand. What's the pinky?
It's fucking giant, right?
She's showing it in his
Here,
foreskin?
you do this.
Here's the clock.
Here's the clock.
Right.
This is the
Right.
foreskin.
Yes.
She's like going like this to lube it up and then push it back.
Oh, you know more about clocks than I do.
Only barely. Only just barely.
His clock had stiffened fully by then, a cord of steel within the solid length, and Violet marveled silently at his girth. Oh my god! It was not the biggest clock she had seen over the course of the past week. I thought she said that it was. I thought earlier she was like, it's the biggest thing. Can you go to the earlier page?
No, she definitely did. I lost myself.
It's in the second paragraph.
Here?
No, I'm still reading. I'm the one reading.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I thought she had said.
Oh,
it's
I guess
the
not
biggest one.
in length, but the thickest.
Oh. But it was by far the thickest,
Yeah.
fat and heavy in her slick hands. Using both, Violet pulled down his length, reversing once she reached the head, sliding her hands up his shaft to where his balls hung plump and full, tightening her grip and pushing into his root. Ew. Once I'm too lesbian for this. Once she'd reached the base. An action that earned another one of those unexpected hitching breaths. And so she repeated it twice more. Once she had established a stroking rhythm, she enclosed his clock head in her fist. Oh. Sliding over the pre-comb. For the record, the word is pre-cum, but they literally spelled it
C-O-M-E.
Like, yeah, the pre-cum. he was steadily weeping, ew, by then. from the what was the word?
Winking.
The
slid.
winking slid. Twisting and squelching until his hips bucked, a strangled hiss accompanying the action.
Oh my god, I could just use the keyboard the whole time.
Silly goose.
The clock watchers almost never displayed any tells, never showed anything but impatience and stoicism, and she knew it was inappropriate to feel a thrill over forcing a reaction from him, and even less so to register that thrill directly between her thighs. A tingle that ignited when he repeated that motion.
She'd lost track of how long she'd been pumping the huge clock by then. Using one hand to twist over the exposed head, earning the occasional jerk from the big bowl. The squelching of her lubed up hands and the OC.
The occasional.
The occasional sharp inhalations and stifled grunts from the minotaur above were competing with the sound of the milking machine. And when he began to subtly thrust his hide-covered hips against the padded legs of his chair continuously, Violet nearly missed the movement, expecting the over-the-top bucking that she'd witnessed from the other bulls all week. Subtle but unmistakable, the big bull pumped into her hands, chasing a victory she knew he'd catch.
The thought of accidentally being splattered in a torrent of Minotaur sailors was enough to make her jump into action, briefly releasing the slickened, straining length to retrieve one of the suckling nozzles. Another half-groan escaped him as the bulbous head of his clock was sucked into the machine, the scrape of his hooves audible over the sound of the pistoning arm of the milker as she worked the nozzle down his thick shaft, knowing the hydraulic system would finish the job.
The smiling face of Alistair from the training video. Being from her, Alistair would be the last person to be doing this shit.
Yeah.
The smiling face of the fox-faced woman from the training video being from her mind. And then, I like to continue providing manual stimulation at this point. Violet swallowed resolutely, determined to do things right before raising her hands to the huge testicles. Quizzicals. Sorry. Each one was the size of a large orange. The sack that encased them.
Sack that smiles back.
That encased them, the same warm brown as his body. The seam that separated them seemed to draw in her finger like a beacon, and she traced it tentatively, earning a huff from above.
She's fingering his ball.
His seam. The sound gave her confidence as she tested the weight of his balls, letting each rest heavily in her palms before rolling her slippery hands over them, squeezing as she did so. Another grunt as she squeezed, and then she released him for a moment to ensure he appreciated the extra stimulation. Violet watched in fascination as his balls moved within their sack, tightening and pulling up to his body, her hands rising to meet them once more, tugging each gently, just a hint of stretch, and giving them another squeeze.
The reaction from above was immediate. A groan he was unable to choke back, an increase in the movement of his hips, a telltale pulsing through his quizzicals as she pulled and rolled them, the sound coming again when the green light flared to life. She should have let go. Violet knew that, told herself she ought to do so immediately, but she was hypnotized by the way his heavy balls throbbed as he came each spurt of his clock into the milking machine, originating beneath her fingertips, and she began to squeeze them in time, helping him empty every drop.
The bottle was completely full when the light flicked to red and the suction of the machine quickly cut off. She was glad for the mask that covered the majority of her face, for she was certain she was flaming scarlet as she pulled the nozzle from his deflated clock, still fat and heavy despite its softened state.
Taking care of the client? Taking care of the client so they could be on their way was the priority, she remembered, even over taking care of the collection bottle, and she turned to move into action before needing to be prodded. Warm cleaning wipes. I'm great.
Are you sure you're going to be able to continue?
Yeah. Were used to remove excess sailors from the client's dangling members, which she'd witnessed being done more than a dozen times at this point, but that didn't prevent her stomach from somersaulting. Is that how you spell somersaulting?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. As she raised the wipe to clean the curiously responsive clock watcher. particularly when he shuddered as she gently tugged his retracted foreskin to wipe over his pink head, still sticky with his own release. She didn't strictly need to bring another of the cloths to wipe the big testicles, to wipe clean the big quizzicals, swinging looser now than they'd been drained. But she told herself she was just being thorough before giving them a final light squeeze.
Kira May's words about muscle memory taking over proved true as Violet deliberately turned her back on the upper level, not wanting to see the Minotaur who'd caused such an inappropriate response as she squeezed her thighs together, focusing instead on the rest of her steps. Cap and weigh the milk bottle, place in cooler, unhook the collection unit, and disinfect the workstation. First client down, Kira May crowed once the used collection tank had been sent down the conveyor belt for disinfecting, and Violet turned, relieved to see the upper portion of the room empty. Congrats! The hard part is over.
The hard part.
You
wanna go lay down?
Have a good day.
Do you want to leave the bathroom door open so you can still listen, or okie dokie? Okie dokie.
Have a good
nap
Bye,
play.
everyone.
She's been working so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. You're my princess.
Are you ready? Are you prepared? The hard part, indeed, she thought, her fingers still feeling the heft and weight of the Minotaur. There was no time to reflect on the tingle between her thighs, as the next clipboard was pressed into her hands, one turning into 6, and then she was pulling her last set of scrubs over her head, tossing them into the laundry cart in the locker room before she knew it. The rest of the day had passed in a whirl, several more earners and a brand new client who seemed more nervous than she felt at that point. Violet blinked in surprise upon tapping her employee number into the tablet used for checking in and out for shifts, seeing a notation to visit the reception desk. A boy! A baby! Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm gonna line him up.
Wait.
Oh shit.
No. Yeah. You got it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's him. A baby.
Hello, my baby boy. Hello.
I gotta elongate him. No. Ah! Elongate.
Oh my god.
He's not having it.
No.
Puck, wait, Puck, come back.
Look, it's you.
Grab him again. Puck, it's you.
Oh my god.
It's you. Do you approve?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, thank you, buddy.
Approve.
Thank you, buddy. I'm honored.
Yay.
Anyway,
Okay. What is a baby doing around this filth?
Oh, that's true. Sorry.
Was not serious. Yeah. You
stop.
feeling inspired?
No.
Uh-huh. Bye, Pucky. Bye, baby. Anyway, we continue. Where'd it go? A notation to visit the reception desk. She found herself in a short line behind 2 other employees, each collecting small, sky-blue envelopes from the friendly receptionist. "Have a nice stay," the cheerful goblin called as she turned away from the counter, sliding the 4 envelopes bearing her employee number into her bag. She had wanted to stop off at the little coffee shop she passed on her drive through town, wanted to peek into the intriguing shop windows and stroll around Cambric Creek's little downtown, but she was too distracted that day. Too preoccupied, shifting behind the driver's wheel at a red light, unable to assuage the itch between her legs that desperately needed scratching. It had been easy for her to put It had been easy to put her official first client out of her mind with the bustle of the day, but as she entered her apartment later that afternoon, kicking off her shoes and shedding her clothes as she moved through the rooms, the remembrance of that impossibly thick clock came back to her. She'd planned on hauling her laundry down to the machines in the building's basement when she got home, wanted to make a recipe she'd found scrolling on the thrifty kitchen page, thought maybe she'd treat herself to ice cream that wasn't purchased from the bodega on the corner, but like her desire to explore Cambric Creek, her plans were set aside for a greater need. Instead, Violet detoured to her bedroom, flopping down on top her comforter and slipping her hand into her panties, the last item of clothing she still wore. She was unsurprised to find herself already wet, the tingling arousal she'd felt hours earlier returning full force now that she could address it. The panties were kicked off, dropping to the floor beside the bed as she dragged her fingers through her folds, coating them in slick and rubbing the moisture over her tingling. I don't know what to replace. Button. Teasing back and forth until the swollen bud protruded from its hood, needy for more stimulation. The fingers on her other hand curved, approximating the way they'd stretched around the Minotaur's girth, remembering the way she'd tightened her grip to squeeze the rigid bean. Yeah, I guess that works. Button or bean. Will the rigid length. She could almost feel the heavy weight of him, the solidity and thickness of him, the way his clock hardened to steel in her hand. Violet gasped, circling over her bean in earnest then, remembering that sharp little intake of breath he'd made when she slipped her finger inside his foreskin, his grunt of pleasure when she'd squeezed his meaty balls. She arched, sliding a finger into herself, adding a second and a third, trying to imagine how a clock that thick would fill her, would stretch her far beyond what she'd ever taken before. She'd had a few well-endowed partners over the years, but she was hardly a size queen and couldn't imagine what it would feel like to be that stuffed. She thought of the slow way he'd pumped his hips, his groan when she worked the sucking nozzle over his clock head, the way she'd been able to feel the building tightness and pressure in his huge quizzicals, the way they'd begun to throb with his orgasm just before the first eruption of his release into the milking machine. Her hips left the bed, thrusting upwards, remembering the way he'd continued to pulse as he came, each splatter of white against the side of the glass bottle felt in the way his balls throbbed in her hands. Violet clenched round her own fingers, reaching her peak as she remembered the way it had felt feeling his orgasm, and she was positive the rhythmic convulsions that gripped her shared the same pulsing cadence. When it was over, she stared up at the ceiling, inhaling and letting out a ragged breath. What the fuck was that? She didn't know why she'd been so affected by the clock watcher. Why him, among all the other Minotaurs she'd worked on that day, amongst all those she'd observed over her training. It made no sense, was completely inappropriate, and she shook the thought of him away as she struggled to sit, hands scrambling at the bedding for purchase. He's just a client, just a nameless, faceless client, and you'll probably never even see him again. One head-clearing shower later, her thrifty kitchen recipe started and her laundry set for a double-spin cycle, Violet remembered the cerulean envelope slipped into the front pocket of her backpack as she'd left the farm. The family above her was doing another one of their stomping jamborees as she dropped into the chair at her battered little kitchen table. She'd had 7 clients in total that day, 4 of them leaving her tips, a conglomeration of crumpled bills, 10s and 20s, enough to justify getting that gourmet coffee and a guilt-free lunch to go with it, and 1 crisply folded 100, perfectly smooth with sharp edges. There was only 1 client it could have come from, only 1 client that day who'd sported the tailoring and expensive accessories of the clock watchers. She can imagine the bill being pulled from a billfold or money
clip that cost as much as her rent. She could almost see the Minotaur with the messy hair, folding it in perfect thirds before grunting in response to the receptionist's cheerful farewell. She could pay her cell phone bill, Violet considered, without needing to carry the monthly late fee that had become her norm. The money saved from the late charge being applied to her student loan bill or the credit card she'd been living off of. A tiny bit of ground made, but made nonetheless. An acknowledgement of being quick and thorough. That's all. She'd trained hard, had watched her videos and studied her binder, and the tips earned were a result of her hard work and nothing more, she reminded herself repeatedly through the evening, pushing thoughts of the clock watcher aside. When she fell into bed hours later, she pushed them away once more, willing sleep to find her without tossing and turning all night. She needed to be fresh for work the next morning. If a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well. How many times had she been lectured over the years by her parents and teachers with those words? Schoolwork, chores, a performance in the school play. Her mother would flap her hands in paste, repeatedly asking if she was ready for her quiz, knew her lines in the play, had checked over her choir robe. If a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well, dear. Was it any wonder that she'd taken it to heart? It had been more than 3 weeks since she'd completed training at Morning Glory Farm, and each day she strove to do her job well, a metric that was easily measured in old-fashioned milk bottles filled to the brim. A plentiful, speedy collection had become her mantra each day, and she sought to increase her bottle count from the day before, besting her personal record week over week. When she learned about the cash bonus to the most productive milking associate, awarded on a monthly basis, her competitive streak flared to life, making the calculations on how she would be able to double her credit card payments with the winnings, and vowed to take that top prize at least once. She had encountered several of the good little cows at that point, had become proficient at getting the clock watchers out the door quickly, and laughed with decreasing awkwardness at the predictable jokes and casual banter of the earners. Her tips were modest but appreciated, a nice little bonus that she saved for groceries, allowing her paychecks to be reserved for rent and bills. There had been no repeat of the heat that had gripped her after her first solo run, not so much as a shiver of desire as she worked on client after client, bull after bull, every day. That probably happens to everyone at first. The daily commute had proved not to be so terrible, and Cambric Creek beckoned her with its odd little shops and plethora of restaurants, rolling park, and quaint little bandstand. The previous week she'd stopped at a little green market set up in the corner of the big park she drove past, stocking up on some fresh fruit and vegetables for the weekend, ecstatic that she was able to treat herself to such a luxury. She had seen sleek feathered harpies and towering lizardmen bulging with muscles, shaggy-haired centaurs, and more goblins and trolls than she could count, and she was busting to learn about each of them, their food, their cultures, how everyone seemed to get along so seamlessly in the vibrant little community. She was settling in, Violet thought happily. See? This job really was a lifeline. She should have known then that her blind optimism was steering her towards an unseen cliff. Hold on, Violet, this one's yours. She turned with a furrowed brow as Magda held out an impatient hand, motioning to her stack of clipboards. The big orc was not her favorite co-worker. Brusque and somewhat impatient, Magda was in charge of organizing each day's schedule, ensuring each appointment slot had a technician assigned, that there was a room on schedule for the occasional walk-in, rotating technicians around the rooms in a way that gave the janitorial department plenty of time to stay on top of cleanliness, and the setup team adequate time to have the rooms ready for use. Violet recognized it was an important job, and likely a stressful one, considering all the moving pieces involved, but the beetle woman who worked aside Magda in the same capacity managed to be friendly. The morning had already been harried. She'd been trying a new method of washing her dark brown curls, which entailed not washing them at all. Although a website said a gentle conditioning was all she needed, that her hair would thank her and she'd reap the benefit of soft, bouncy ringlets. Violet didn't know how long it took to get to the soft and bouncy stage, but as she stared at herself in the mirror that morning, too pale, there's no space there, but I'm assuming it's too pale, not to pall,
from never getting out of her apartment, slightly pear-shaped, the curls framing her face looking neither soft nor bouncy, and an oily sheen at the top of her head. She determined that she seemed to be indefinitely trapped in the greasy bird's nest phase, one which was not discussed on the websites, and she couldn't abide leaving the house for one more day with an itchy, oily scalp. The unplanned-for shower had set her back, forced to forego breakfast as she hurried out the door, her wet curls still bound in the sodden t-shirt she used to dry them. Arriving at the farm with only a few minutes to pull on a set of lavender scrubs and grab her files, she could still feel the damp hair clinging to the back of her neck. As she returned to where Magda stood, wondering if the file being added was one of the good little cows. That's probably what she's doing, adding one to your stack, and you won't even have time to change scrubs. Violet watched in confusion as the stern-voiced orc shuffled through the clipboards she'd handed back, squinting at the files before pulling one out, replacing it with one that bore a purple sticker on the side of the client label. Cove, take this one. The nervous young man that had been in her training class turned in a panic as Magda barked. Quickly catching the clipboard, she launched at him as if it was a shot-put challenge, hunching as he did to keep his own files from dropping, scampering out of the prep room as soon as he recovered his footing. What? What is this? A request. The orc wrinkled her nose, as if Violet's questions was particularly stupid, despite the fact that she was only learning about requests at that very moment. You need to check for those before you just take your stack, you know. That could have screwed up the schedule for the whole day if I didn't catch it. That's not her job, Magda, Kirime cut in, appearing from the locker room doorway. That's not any of our jobs. That's your job. You didn't catch the request. What you meant to say was, sorry I missed this. I'll make sure to check the files over more completely. Magda scowled, opening her mouth to reply, but Kirime had already linked her slender arm with Violet's, turning them out the door before the orc could fully draw breath. She's so full of it, the black-eyed girl said cheerfully, once they turned down the cool blue hallway. Don't let her boss you around or blame you for stuff like that. Organizing the schedule isn't our job, and she knows it. What does a request mean? Kirima shrugged, turning to go up a separate corridor and her own armload of files. It means a client put in a request at reception. A request is just a request. It's not a guarantee. You won't get them very often. Most clients don't even think of doing so. They don't know when we work, and that information isn't divulged by the desk. So it's a roll of the die for them. But they were happy enough with you that they asked. She beamed. I wonder who it could be. Antennae twitching beneath her cap. Don't worry, you don't need to change your schedule or anything. If you happen to be working when they come in, the request is honored. Otherwise, she shrugged, making a they get what they get motion. If they go through the trouble of putting in a request, they usually tip well, so that's something to look forward to at least. Violet forced her lips into a smile, attempting to disguise the spike of nerves she felt at the revelation and the way her stomach flipped. There were more than a dozen clients who could have been responsible for a request, she told herself, any number of bulls who might have been satisfied enough with her clumsy novice moves. But as they turned up their separate hallways and lined with doors leading to the milking room floors, the apprehension within her grew, a wave of anxiety lapping at her heart. Have a good morning, Violet. Maybe we can grab coffee later. Kirime's parting was bright, and Violet waved, hoping the intended girl's words would be prophetic, as she tamped back the anxiousness she felt over that ominous purple sticker. But the already rushed morning proved to be anything but good. Her first appointment of the day had been one of the earners, straightforward and easy, but the second appointment was not. She had hooked the collection tanks in place more times than she could count at that point, and had mastered the twist and click motion needed to lock the heavy cylinders into the base, but as she stood beneath the upholstered bench, the Minotaur waiting above, she could not make the tank cooperate. The minutes seemed to tick by as she struggled, the threading on the tank refusing to find purchase, her face heating. Don't cry. Do not cry. If you cry, you'll never be able to show your face here again. Does it need to go counterclockwise? He called out, leaning over the edge of the bench to peer down where she struggled. You probably need to go in at an angle, sweetheart. I am, she gritted, not needing the extra sugar baby sweetheart bull-splaining that day.
Turning with a grunt of her own, Violet pulled a fresh tank from the rack, holding her breath as she tilted it into place, feeling it click in immediately. There we go, she said weakly, attempting to channel some of Kirime's effortless cheer and failing utterly. Sorry about the holdup. We can get started whenever you're ready. The incident seemed to have set her up for a free fall of bad luck the rest of the day. The bottle label was missing from the second appointment's clipboard, something she should have caught at the beginning of the session, would have caught had she not been running late from the disastrous first appointment, something Magda should have caught, she thought furiously, racing to the intake desk to retrieve the missing label once the Minotaur had left, running back to the collection room to affix it to the bottle before jogging to her next appointment. The only constant had been the friendly understanding from the endless line of bullmen. The Minotaurs waved off her tardiness, assured her she was doing fine, that bad days happened. It had lifted her spirits, distracting from the bad day until the purple sticker on the next clipboard, her second last of the day, brought her nerves back to crash around her like a wave breaking on a rocky shore. She recognized his broad back immediately. The dress shirt he wore had a subtle mint striping, setting off the russet highlights in his messy hair, which still fell into his face, as it had that first day. He had not yet removed his pants, giving her a view of the way the fabric strained around his bulging thighs and well-rounded backside, thin tail swishing as he undid his fly, pausing when he turned to face her. "How are you today?" She had not had a chance to appreciate his voice on that first day, as nervous as she'd been, but now the baritone resonance of it made her quake. Still on that unsteady shore, waves of anxiety forming, foaming white caps, the crash of which would certainly send her off her feet. There was a sharp edge of control in that voice, present even in the benign greeting, as though he weren't so much inquiring into her day as if he was demanding she give him a report. "I'm well," she forced out a beat later. "It's nice to see you again." Violet suffered a moment of heart-clenching panic, wondering if she'd broken some social contract of non-acknowledgement, but he only nodded, the scrutiny of his chocolate-brown eyes pinning her to the spot, in danger of being overtaken by the undertow in her mind until she turned away, moving to set up her station. Once again, she found herself glad for the paper mask that hid the heat burning up her face. "Actually, I suppose I'm well enough," she corrected, feeling marginally more secure once she had the shield of the breeding stocks between them. "This has been a disaster of a day. I had a piece of machinery that wouldn't cooperate this morning, and it set me behind schedule for the whole afternoon." His little huff made her bite her lip, and she listened to the rustle of him stepping from his pants. She wondered if his hooves ever caught on the hem of the legs, or if his tail ever got caught up in the seat, pressed against his round ass instead of slipping through its designated opening. Questions that would go forever unanswered. And before all that, your file almost didn't make it into my rotation for the day. "So does that make me the origin of all your bad luck?" Her eyes raced in surprise to the bench above her, but the Minotaur had not yet approached. "I guess he's not on his lunch break today." She never expected conversation from any of the clock watchers, and the slight levity in his deep voice was a curiosity. "Well, I wouldn't go that far," she laughed hesitantly, "but I'm crossing my fingers that the last client of the day doesn't have any complications." "Well then, we'd best get started so you're not late to your last appointment." It was unmistakably a command, and she jumped to comply, pulling a tank from the rack and deftly clicking it into place. "I'll try to time my inconveniences for later in the day next time." Violet held her breath as his shadow moved over the opening in the bench, his big legs swinging over, listening for the scrape of his hooves on the turf and anticipating the moment when he would fill the hole. But nothing happened. The light from overhead continued to shine down, uninterrupted, the shadow of the Minotaur's horns casting down as he straddled the bench. "Are you still in school?" There was a slightly suspicious edge to the question, and she knew she ought not to answer it, despite the way her mouth opened to comply immediately. Giving out personal information to the clients was not advisable, blurring the edges of the professional distance the milking associate maintained from their lower level. But there was something about the way he asked, something in the way he held back from settling against the bench. Violet couldn't decide if he was trying to determine if she was an actual adult, perhaps feeling guilty over the fact that he'd evidently enjoyed the way she'd milked him enough to request her again, or if he was subtly insulting her, implying that he'd hoped she was pursuing an education so that this sort of job wouldn't be necessary. That's what he thinks. I'm not, she heard herself answer, sucking in a steadying breath before continuing. I finished grad school over a year ago, just waiting for a job in my field that actually pays the bills now. He grunted in response, her answer obviously satisfying the unknown subtext of his question. For a moment later, she heard the creak of the upholstery as he leaned forward, and her hands twitched in anticipation. She could still feel the weight of him in her palms, even now, despite the number of bulls she'd handled since then. It's difficult out there right now, he said, his deep voice a sympathetic murmur as he shifted against the bench until he was comfortable, especially if you're just entering the marketplace. Entry level isn't what it used to be. It's definitely not. Fortunately, this place was hiring and I saw the ad at the perfect time. They treat you well here? He paused his movements again, and Violet huffed in slight impatience. He really was going to make her late for the next appointment at this rate. They do. Very fair pay, full benefits. I couldn't ask for more. That's good, he mumbled, hoof scraping against the back of the bench at last. That's good to hear. They're extremely generous to clients. It's a relief they treat the employees well. I suppose I should let you get started.
This is your own personal fucking audiobook. You're welcome, with occasional mistakes and commentary.
Time seemed to move in slow motion as he settled his weight against the bench, his clock filling the hole and blotting out the light, heavy balls swinging. He was already hard, Violet observed, biting her lip. Hard, fully erect, and already purling precum. She wondered if their brief conversation had turned him on, if it was the knowledge that she wasn't some barely legal uni student put his mind at ease and made his clock hard. Wondered if his election had stiffened and grown in anticipation of her stroking him again as he sat straddled the bench, his big balls contracting in need, with her just underneath.
Like a bedtime story. I mean, what a hell of a thing to sleep to.
He requested this. He'd enjoyed the way she'd milked his balls dry enough to put in a request for her at the desk, she reminded herself, and she wasn't going to let him regret it. The pearlescent bead of moisture glistening from the eye of his clock tip.
Hang on. we're back. It was just for ordering pizza. The pearlescent bead of moisture glistening from the eye of his clock tip drew her like a magnet, her fingertip pressing into it, spreading it over the smooth pink of his head before pushing it into the slit once more, earning a ragged breath from above. "Just let me know if this is too much pressure," she murmured, her thumb and index finger meeting in a circle, sliding over his head. The only response she received was a brief sigh as she began to massage over his head with the lubed ring of her fingers, his foreskin moving easily beneath her hands. The response to slipping her pinky into the loose pucker of his foreskin, pulled back over his head, was expected. A barely perceptible groan, but no pulling away. Just as she had the last time, she slid the pad of her finger against the nerve-ending packed sheath, circling his clock head. He jerked when she rubbed against his frenulum, a choked groan escaping when she persisted back and forth, slipping her pinky free and using the loose skin to twist over his head, a constant motion she kept up until he made a noise deep in his throat, a growl of pleasure that he swallowed down. His thick fingers curled around the edge of the bench above, digging into the upholstery as though it might help him keep his grip on his rapidly dissolving composure, and Violet wasn't sure if she was elated that she'd been able to wring the sound from him, or annoyed that he refused to give up control. Praise for Mark. Mark, are you being a good little pet for me? Yeah. Are you being a good little puppy? Are you getting all flustered by this story? I can't imagine why you would be. That would just be so silly. Thinking about being bred and milked and used and touched. That would be so silly, though. The weight of his clock was a delicious heft, heavy and solid in her hands as she began stroking his shaft from root to tip, pressing into the base on her downstroke and teasing his slit every time she twisted over his head, using both hands to move in a constant corkscrew, pulling him with increasing pressure, imagining that she'd be able to pull his big body right through the hole in the bench, her hands moving in a constant pattern, one over the other. He was unable to hold his groan then, deep and almost pain-sounding, as if he were dragging a burdensome weight uphill, lamenting the exertion of keeping it aloft. The sound sent a bolt of excitement to her own sex, as her knees began to shake. She was unsurprised when he began to push against the bench, the same constrained movement as he'd displayed the first time, so different from the wild bucking she'd grown accustomed to from other clients. Instead, this minotaur moved his hips in a deliberate, slow thrust, grunting as he did so, and rather than immediately releasing him to apply the nozzle, Violet loosened her grip slightly and spread her hands on his shaft, one around his head, the other around his base, flush against his big balls, allowing him to pump into the ring of her fingers. She wondered if this is what it would be like to be fucked by the big bull, a slow, solid pounding, deep and exquisite, each slam of his wide hips filling her completely, a thought that made her face heat in mortification at the same time that she flooded with arousal. What is wrong with you? This is a client. Violet knew her inner voice was right, that this train of thought was completely inappropriate, but she had no doubt that she would be dripping by the end of his session. You'll be able to slide out of the room at this rate. The Minotaur continued to fuck into the tight ring of her hands, his heavy ball slapping the back of her wrist with every thrust, his deep moan a strangled, half-swallowed thing. Enough, you need to stop this. A plentiful, speedy collection. She remembered back to the very first client she'd observed when she was still shadowing Kirime, and the way the antennaed girl had used the nozzle to tease the spotted bull, the braggadocious earner.
The minotaur above her jolted when she did the same, passing the sucking mouth of the nozzle over his streaming clockhead several times, jerking each time she teased over him, pressing the head in and out of the textured opening before pulling back. The amount of precum he was stripping was enough to cover her hands with no additional lube needed, and Violet considered that between the two of them, they might flood the room. "What the fuck is wrong with you? Just finish him off and be done," he hissed when she worked the nozzle down his cock at last. Clock, sorry. Even though none of you care. Her hands immediately raising to his full quizzicals, unable to keep herself from cupping them and feeling their heavy weight against her palms, her fingers hugging them in greeting. His hips began to rock in earnest when she began to rub and squeeze, pulling her thumb and forefinger down the seam to separate them in their sack, pulsing them in time when they began to throb, his orgasm building in her hands. Was that TMI? No. I mean, not for me. He lowed as he came, a noise that could only come from a minotaur, and one she'd never heard from any of the other clock watchers, deep and resonant in his rich voice as the green light flared to life on the machine, the hydraulic pumps sucking on his head, slurping up his release more efficiently than any mouth could dream of attempting, and a fresh explosion of excitement exploded between her legs at the thought. All right. She imagined the absolute mess his fat clock would make if it were permitted to erupt freely, for the 24-ounce bottle was full to the brim when he sagged boneless against the bench, the machine clicking off and the motor whirring to a stop. He plopped wetly from the opening when she released the nozzle, swinging free, and he grunted again. Not so in control now. "You shouldn't work on him anymore. You need to ask Hirame what you need to do, what you need to say, how you can make sure you don't get his file into your rotation." She knew the voice in her head was right. Knew it was inappropriate to be thinking of a client this way, that it was unprofessional and likely grounds for dismissal. But when he spoke again, after she gently cleaned his spent clock and squeezed his balls one final time, Violet found herself pushing the voice aside. "One more after this, then? The slot after this and the last for the day? The slot after this one is your last for the day?" "Yes, she..." Oh my fucking god. Hang on. Anyway. "Yes," she answered, peeling off her gloves, smeared in his precum and oil. She didn't know how he managed to sound so collected and commanding already, his pants already on and zipped, pressed dress shirt tucked into the waistband neatly. Her legs were still trembling as she turned to face the upper level, taking in the broad set of his shoulders and the sharp cut of his horns through his messy hair. He was a bit slimmer than many of the other bulls who came through the milking room, and the lack of excess bulk made his sculpted biceps stand out beneath the material of his shirt, the tumble of pecan-colored hair over his forehead giving him a surprisingly boyish appearance. She'd never dated a non-human before, but it was impossible to deny that this minotaur was exceedingly attractive. 30 minutes after your appointment time for today would be my last spot of the day. Who's it hurting? It's just a fantasy. You haven't got laid in forever. That's all this is. Well, I'll have to keep that in mind. I hope my bad luck doesn't follow you home. It was just a fantasy, she told herself once the room was cleaned and the minotaur long gone, heading to her last appointment. Now 15 minutes behind schedule, but then again, she hadn't had any inappropriate thoughts about any of her other clients. Not like this one. Not like him at all.
she thought, smiling at the black and white bull waiting for her in the last room of the day. The rest of the clients were a faceless void. That was the way it was meant to be, she knew. It's not like anything will happen. Just let things be. 3 cerulean envelopes waited for her at checkout, and she didn't need to wonder which client had left her the sharply creased $100 bill. That's all this is. A transaction. Stop making more of things than they are. Once again, Violet knew the voice in her head was right, but as she dropped back on her bed, safely ensconced in her apartment, her fingers slid over her aching bean, her velvet folds still dripping from her earlier arousal. It was the big bull with the messy hair she thought of when she retrieved her vibrator from her nightstand, trying to approximate the slow, deep, deliberate thrusts of his hips. She wondered if he would still be as assertive as he fucked her, keeping his composure and running her slowly as she melted to a puddle beneath him, feeling the weight of his clock and the slap of his balls falling to pieces completely at his mercy. It was the deep moan he made when he came she thought of as she reached her peak, clenching around the entirely too narrow vibrator, wishing it possessed his astounding girth as she keened, trying to imagine the mess 24 ounces would make of her sheets. Alright, we'll do one more chapter. Ish. Pumpkin, I'm just so happy to hear you found something and you're doing well. You know we worry about you all alone up there in the city. Her mother's voice was tinny and distant through her low-quality Bluetooth headphones, and Violet considered that replacing them might need to jump the priority line over luxury vegetables. Her explorations around Cambric Creek had been tentative so far, and completely restricted to her brief lunch break. There was a green market that set up on Wednesdays in the parking lot just up the road, which she'd taken advantage of several times since starting at the farm, relishing in the fresh produce, but not sounding as though she was having a conversation from the bottom of a well, might be more important than fresh mesclun and radishes for dinner. You don't need to worry about me, Violet reminded her mother, knowing it was no use, as she was a worrier by nature. A warrior by nature. It's been going really well so far. I'm actually able to start paying back my loans now, so, light at the end of the tunnel eventually. She listened with half an ear as her mother made noises about her taking out so many loans, bemoaning the fact that it had been necessary in the first place. In front of her, a waifishly slender troll prepared her order of the barista's special. The coffee shop was down the street from the farm, nestled between businesses and a strip mall, and she'd been overjoyed to find it, stepping over the threshold with her heart thrumming in her mouth, nervous over her first official trip in a non-human business. But the shop had been empty, save for the bored-looking troll behind the counter, a satyr who never looked up from his cell phone, and a hunched, hyena-faced man sitting near the window. Thanks. The coffee was her reward for the messy start to the day, necessitating changing her scrubs after the second client and punching in the cleaning code for the very first time. The bull had been younger than the normal farm client, maybe a bit younger than herself, and had seemed jittery from the moment she'd entered the room. He'd fidgeted as she took her place beneath the table, his long clock, already purple at the tip, twitching before she'd even lubed her gloves. That means he likes you, he laughed nervously. And Violet sighed, assuming he'd be a pop-and-go client once the milking nozzle was applied. Just try to relax. Let me know if it's too much pressure. He'd groaned when she slicked him with the oil, panting when she began to stroke. His pants had turned to whimpers as she brought one hand over the other, reminding herself that this might actually be the least sexy job in the world, when only several minutes into his milking, and without a single thrust of warning, he moaned long and loud, his clock erupting, coating her chest in ropes of his release, coming on her and on the floor, and nowhere near the milking machine. You haven't even told us what you're doing. Aunt Gracie was so excited to hear you found a good job. You need to call her and tell her all about it. It's now just comma. That she'd gone stomping back to the locker room that morning, coated in a ridiculous amount of Bullman sailors, and decided it was a conversation best avoided. It's a pharmaceutical company, Mom. She cut in, attempting to quash a prolonged explanation. I'm working with clients at a pharmaceutical company. It's hardly glamorous, but it doesn't need to be because it's going to pay the bills. Did I tell you it's out in the suburbs? If I'm still here when my lease runs out, I might move closer to save on gas. Her mother's exclamation of relief was expected, and Violet congratulated herself on changing the conversation's direction. That's wonderful. We're so proud of you, Pumpkin. I think moving out of that awful city is an excellent idea. I forgot to mention, Carson from the upstreet, the Tinsleys, well, he's just moved back home. His mother was telling me last week how happy she is to have him while he gets back on his feet after the divorce, you know. He grew up to be very handsome, Violet. Maybe next time you're home for a visit, the two of you could go for coffee and catch up. No, she's thinking about a fucking Minotaur. Mom. Come on. Violet didn't need to tax her imagination to picture the smug look she knew and had crossed her mother's face, the same one she always assumed when she thought she'd come up with a fantastic idea, regardless of how ill-thought the idea actually was. Divorced before 30 and needs to move back home, as if that's something to aspire to. The cup placed in front of her by the troll had a murky appearance, and she frowned. Mom, I've got to get back. I'm just on my lunch break. Oh, of course. We're so proud of you, Violet. Call us on the laptop when you can. We want to hear all about it, okay? The earth in the barista's special gave the drink a chalk-like texture and mucky taste, even less appealing than the burnt coffee from the expensive chain near her apartment, and she only managed to choke down half the cup on her walk back to the farm before giving up. Her mother's less than subtle hint about her old junior high sweetheart rankled in her mind as she walked, and Violet scowled. She didn't want to move back home, didn't want to go back to the cookie-cutter middle-class human neighborhood where she'd grown up, regardless of what her mother wished. It had been a looming possibility before the job at the farm, but now that she was actually starting to turn the corner off Destitution Alley, she was loath to think of going back. And the milquetoast human with whom she'd made mud pies as a child did nothing to sweeten the deal, despite what her mother hoped for. You're not moving back, and that's that. Time to focus on work. There was a purple stickered file waiting for her. Ooh, we know who that is! And her stomach had twisted and flipped from the moment it was added to her stack that morning. It had been 2 weeks since she'd seen the clock watcher. And true to his word, he'd booked the last appointment slot of the day, giving her 7 hours to think about what might happen that week, imagining how witty she'd be, what their conversations might consist of, and if it might arouse him, as it apparently had the previous week. If they'd have another conversation at all. She didn't make a habit of making small talk with any of the other clients, after all, and they never seemed inclined to do so on their own. I trust you're having a better day this week. I'd hate to think I was a harbinger of bad luck for you. Violet didn't know what it was about him, the rigid set of his shoulders, or the way his voice reminded her of a thunderclap, deep and matter-of-fact, or maybe a combination of the two, encased in his well-tailored business attire. But a shiver moved up her back as her stomach flipped and her legs nearly turned to liquid, heated by the fire he ignited between her thighs. Hey, this isn't a sexual job, remember? She'd always been a sucker for authority. Eager to impress her professors and supervisors with quick compliance, and she suspected if this sharp-voiced Minotaur barked an order for her to climb the short staircase and kneel before him, thick cloak hanging obscenely over the unzipped fly of his pants, she'd have dropped to the ground without a moment of hesitation. No comment. As it was, the big bull loomed from the center of the upper room, looking down over her. His shirt that day was a pale blue,
I know you do. That's why I'm giving y'all looks. I know you do. Well pressed and tidy, his trousers a slate gray, and his hair as messy as ever. Violet did her best to suck in a slow breath through her nose, not betraying the butterflies she'd felt all morning and afternoon. It's been a very good day, actually. I had a cancellation earlier, so I finally had a chance to grab coffee that didn't come from our break room, and the rest of the day has been pretty easy. Maybe you're a good luck charm in this time slot. He chuckled at that, deep and rumbling, and the butterflies within her took wing once more. Well, that's a relief. I'd hate to go back to the other place across town, but I'd be forced to make the sacrifice if you were still slipping on banana peels and missing files every week. She sputtered in mock outrage, her laughter ringing through the circular room, raising her head from the tank she had hauled off the rack just in time to see the corners of his mouth lift slightly, the barest hint of a smirk. I don't recall ever saying anything about banana peels. His shoulders lifted in a small shrug as his pants fell. I used my imagination. In any case, I'm relieved to hear it. The bench creaked overhead as she hooked the tank into place, quickly reviewing the readiness checklist. She tried to imagine him swinging a leg over the bench, his thick thighs squeezing the upholstery as he waited for her. She had only ever glimpsed the clients from the thighs up, and wondered what the rest of his legs looked like, if he had sharp, glinting hooves, or if they were neatly filed, buffed to a shine, or scuffed from activity. There had been a satyr in line ahead of her that morning in the little coffee shop in the shopping plaza up the street from the farm's campus, and Violet had done her best to be discreet as she looked over his lower half, imagining that he would be at least close in composition to a minotaur. To her fascination, the satyr's jeans... You get into a good part.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they're having a little conversation. He is in place. She's lusting over him.
Is he gonna become a pretty little, a good little cat?
No, she had a little brief fantasy. And she was saying, like, oh, I've always been a sucker for authority, and I'm pretty sure that if he commanded me to come up and kneel before him as his clock was swinging out, I would immediately do it. And I was like, for no particular reason.
That's pretty hot.
Yep. Yep. And is the last chapter in them where...
Oh.
Yeah. The satyr's black hooves had been scuffed gray around their edges, and she'd been unable to imagine her unnamed minotaurs looking the same. Everything about him seemed too controlled for that, too polished and austere. Well, except that messy hair. Besides, you're acting like you know anything about him. And why are you trying to flirt with him? It's one thing to get off thinking about his junk. You don't need to wind up with a crush. That's completely unprofessional. She scowled at her inner monologue, shaking the sensible voice away. Shut up. We're just having fun. It's a conversation, not a proposal. The Minotaur's previous words had sparked a question in her mind, and she voiced it then, taking her place beneath the table. There's another place like this? These sorts of places are common, then? There's one in Bridgeton, right by the History Museum. I've been to that one and the one in Starling Heights, but that place doesn't compensate enough to make the drive worth it. I live in Bridgeton, she exclaimed in awe, trying to imagine what building housed the milking facility, only realizing belatedly that she was sharing more personal information. I go past the History Museum a few times a week. I can't believe I didn't know it was there. He huffed again, that deep chuff that wasn't quite a laugh. It's in the same building as the flower shop and the big window displays. I used to live in Bridgeton, and it was convenient then, but I wouldn't want to go back there now. It's not as nice as this place, or as selective. I don't know why I thought this place was unique. So do all Minotaurs know about this? Oh, they know all right. Most bulls do it, and if they haven't yet, believe me, they're thinking about it. There's no reason not to. Humans have commodified us, and the financial compensation for a natural bodily function is a no-brainer, especially once there's mortgage to think about. Family men, forget about it. How else would they be able to afford to take the kids to Blinksy Land? Might as well get paid for what's going down the shower drain every day. Heat flooded her face at the image of his carelessly spoken words. The image his carelessly spoken words presented. Him, standing beneath a spray of water, muscular arm extended to brace himself against the wall with one hand, while the other gripped his straining erection, stroking himself until he came with a moan, painting the shower wall with a torrent of his copious release. He was wide enough to completely fill the shower in her small apartment, and there would be no room for her to join him for the activity unless she was impaled on his thick clock, legs wrapped around his waist. Then there would be room, and he could give his arm a break. Wouldn't want him to get a cramp. So just remember that, he went on, shaking her from her filthy daydream. The next time a Minotaur tries chatting you up, ask which facility he uses, and if he swears up and down he's never been to a place like this, run away 'cause he's a liar. Her laughter didn't travel around the room as freely now that she was ensconced beneath a bench, creaking once more with his weight above. Violet tried to envision herself flirting with another Minotaur, another one of the clients from the farm, or maybe perhaps some well-dressed stranger she might run into in Cambric Creek, visiting the farmer's market or in one of those odd little shops. But her imagination came up short, unable to picture any Minotaur other than the messy-haired one above her. Well, I can't say I've had many conversations with Minotaurs outside of work, but I'll keep that in mind. From the bench above, he harumphed, and she laughed again. I mean, it's not like there are other Minotaurs falling over themselves trying to buy me drinks when I'm out and about, but like I said, I'll keep it in mind. It's good to have a truth barometer. What do you mean this place is more selective? His hooves scraped on the footrests as he settled against the bench, and Violet depressed the pump bottle on her station, coating her palm with lubrication, her stomach flipping in anticipation. They have a health screening, and you have to meet certain criteria. Minimum height, minimum weight. They rate our production ability. There was something strangely intimate about taking his huge clock in her hands now. That they'd left together, she thought as he filled the opening. Like the last time, he was completely erect, hanging stiffly above like a particularly decadent, juicy-looking fruit. It was an unspoken expectation for the clients to already be partially aroused, speeding up the time they were in the chair and making things easier for the technician. And most clients followed the social courtesy. Walking in to find the Minotaurs stroking themselves had lost its shock value for her at that point, and she appreciated their efforts when she stood in position beneath the table. But this was a step beyond the normal courtesy. Talking with you beforehand gets him hard. Very hard. Violet understood the reaction, for she was certain if she were to take a seat on a vinyl-topped stool at that minute, a trail of moisture would betray her own arousal when she stood again. Production ability? She asked, running the tips of her lubed fingers up the thickest of the snaking veins in his shaft, pausing to tease over the mid-length swell. He sucked in a sharp breath as she thumbed over the tip of his head, only a small crescent of the shiny skin exposed as his foreskin retracted, and she smiled, once again feeling a thrill at pulling a response from him. How do they gauge that? They measure our balls. His voice still retained its matter-of-fact edge, even as he breathed out raggedly, his clock bobbing as she released it, considering his words. His balls hung fat and full, impressive regardless of the species, and if there was some sort of test they were required to pass, Violet had no doubt that his would have outshone any they were judged against. The bigger the quizzicals, the higher the rate of production, so they want to know that we're going to help them hit their acquisition targets. He grunted when her hands raised to cup the testes in question, gliding her nails over each swell before tugging them gently, smiling when he shuddered. And obviously you passed the test. She gave him another squeeze before moving back to his shaft, twisting her hands down to his head before she began to pump. His reply was lost to a choked groan as she stroked him, her entire upper body moving with her arms, the pretext of conversation forgotten for a moment as she lost herself in her task. So are the other facilities similar in how they operate? She didn't like the prickle of jealousy that twisted her stomach at the thought of someone else milking him, stroking his girth, and making him groan. He'd requested her, after all. He was her client. Your big bull. The rational part of her brain kicked at her spinal cord in an effort to wrestle back sense, but she ignored the shudder, settling into the rhythm she knew he liked. They don't have the same personal touch this place does, and the personal touch is a definite perk. I guess it depends on who's doing the touching. The brazen flirtation was out before she could bite it back, but the answering chuckle, dark and deep, like a ripple of black velvet, made her sex quiver. There's no doubt about that. The ability to make requests is a perk of the perk, without question. Some personal touches are definitely more enjoyable. It was all she could do not to climb the steps and flip him on the milking table and crawl aboard his broad body, straddling his hips and showing him just how personal her touch could be. For her panties had long since left behind damp and were making their best effort to achieve dripping. I was surprised to have gotten a request at all. I think I'm the only human here and thought my hands were going to be too small for them to even keep me on. Glad to know the personal touch makes up for it. Is that why you put in the request in the first place? Well, that and you do have those perfect, tiny little hands. It was a relief being ensconced beneath the table, for he wasn't able to see her beaming smile or the way she bounced lightly on her toes, giddy with euphoria at the playful flirtation. Just let me know if this personal touch is to your liking. He grunted as she pulled his balls again, with the hand not pumping a shaft, trying to stimulate every part of him to her best ability. If a job's worth doing. I can't think of a single way it could be any more to my liking, he gritted out through clenched teeth, trying and failing to hold in another growl of pleasure as she tightened her grip around his thick swell. She imagined what it would be like to be stretched by his girth, her legs splayed over his hips as he bucked up into her, the way his big mushroom head would drag against her G-spot, her inner lips rubbed by that mid-shaft bulge, or else how he might like for her to be on her knees before him, sucking on the seam of his sack as he stroked himself for her, feeling that pounding pulse in his balls against her mouth. She wondered if he would fall apart for her in the privacy of his own bed, his tight grunts and groans opening up to full-throated moans of pleasure, if he would say filthy things to her in that rich, dark chocolate voice as she writhed beneath him, stuffed with his thick clock, every pump of his wide hips sending her higher and higher up the cliff of her peak, threatening to fling her off the pinnacle into the sun once he came inside her, filling her with his heat. His hips had begun steadily hitting the bench in that same slow, solid rhythm, making her realize how long it had been and how close she was to losing herself in her daydreams. She was eager for him to erupt, to see the proof of his big quizzical's worth, a preposterous notion for her to be having, and the sensible part of her brain, which was shrinking by the week, stamped in disapproval. We are going to have such a lecture when we get home tonight, young lady. When he released into the sucking nozzle, once she'd worked it down his shaft, she quickly cupped his balls, feeling them pulse as they emptied in rhythmic spurts. She began pulling them, squeezing as she did so, milking them like udders, the way the good little cows preferred, milking him dry. He was unable to completely swallow down his groan of pleasure as she did so, jerking once, twice, sagging on the third, spent at last. The tension within her was so tight, a stiff breeze would have sent her over the edge, the merest ghost of pressure against her being enough to make her come. When the light clicked off, she nearly sobbed in need. Her knees wobbled as she capped the bottle, weighing it and affixing the label, unhooking the used tank and hose. He had not left the room yet, and she listened to the rustling sound of him silently redressing, turning at last to watch his broad back flex as he smoothed his retucked shirt, admiring the curve of his ass before he turned, dark brown eyes capturing her immediately. Nothing about this is appropriate. Where did you go for coffee? Her mouth ran dry, her jaw hanging open dumbly for several interminable moments before she was able to speak again, not expecting further conversation from the big bull. There's a little plaza up the street. I don't even know what it was called. It's next to the gym," he finished, making a sound of disgust at the back of his throat, his pink nose wrinkling around the burnished gold ring, cinching it. Violet smiled at his reaction, following the ring as he shook his head. "He's just stupid handsome. If you ran into him on the street, you'd be following him home like a stray." "That's terrible. You need to go to Black Sheep. They're over on Main with the one with the black awnings," she continued, nodding. "I've wanted to try it, but I never have time in the mornings, and they always look so crowded when I pass on my way home." He shrugged, his hand landing on the doorknob. "Find the time, you won't regret it. They roast their own beans on site and age them in bourbon barrels. There's nothing better. I make a point of pulling away every afternoon for a caffeine fix. I expect a full review of your experience when you make it. Well, until next week." She wasn't expecting the small smile, a brilliant flash of white teeth, his liquid brown eyes crinkling behind his untidy hair, leaving her utterly frozen, before he pulled the door open, horns ducking through the hallway beyond, and pulling it shut behind him. The collection room seemed to echo with his absence, the thud of her own heartbeat over loud without his bulk to absorb the evidence of what their sessions together did to her. Violet turned slowly, moving mechanically to complete her cleaning checklist before dragging her feet back to the locker room, collect her little blue envelopes at the desk as she left. She drove past a little coffee shop on Main Street without slowing, past the eclectic little shops and cafes until the sign for Bridgeton loomed ahead, leaving Cambric Creek behind for another day, her arousal forgotten as she entered her apartment, slumping into a chair. He looked younger when he smiled, she thought, less severe. She wondered what his laugh was like, if he shook with unrestrained mirth or if that too was tightly controlled, stifled like his pleasured moans. She wondered what she had done to earn the gift of his smile that day. What particular moment of their banter had he deemed charming enough to allow her a glimpse of that other, softer version of him she was certain existed. She was still sitting there when the room began to grow dim, the sunlight outside waning as the evening rolled in, but she had no desire to get up and start dinner, no desire to count the money from her collection of blue envelopes, already knowing what she'd find there. She ought to get up and call her mother back, ought to video call them so she could talk to Aunt Gracie as well. She would evade the truth or make something up, she'd already decided. They didn't need to know precisely what she was doing for a living, only that her bills were getting paid and she liked her coworkers. A pharmaceutical company had a nice panache to it, one that she knew would impress her mother and great aunt enough that there would be no need for further questions. She'll probably go bragging back to Carson Tinsley's mom, letting her know how well I'm doing. The thought of going for coffee with the human she'd known her whole life left her feeling oddly unsettled, imagining doughy soft skin and middling height, exactly the same as every other guy she'd ever been with. Tomorrow you're gonna go in that little cafe in town for the good coffee. Make the time, like he said. The thought did little to cheer her, and she slumped further into the corner of her chair. There was no real reason for her melancholy, she knew. No reason to mope. Her plan for solvency was coming together, her ability to catch up on her bills and begin paying down her debt becoming an attainable reality. She ought to be celebrating, ought to be continuing to revel in her reversal of fortune, despite the oddity of her new job. There was no reason for the bubble of despondency that had taken up residence in her chest, no reason she could think of other than one, and once the thought occurred to her, Violet knew it was true. The fact that boded poorly for the future. It would be a whole week before she saw him again. Alright. We're on chapter 6. We will continue. I don't know, maybe Monday I could do a reading one. Just for funsies. I mean, I'll definitely let you guys know on Discord and Twitter, regardless. Yeah, but very,
Interesting. I'm sure y'all are enjoying very, very much. Of that, I have no doubts. At all. Especially with how quiet y'all were being for most of the time. Oh yeah, so totally fine. I'm sure you guys will be talking about the scenes that have been read on Discord. I look forward to peeking in. But we'll continue. So have fun with the thoughts that you're left with. Bye. Just thinking about his thick shaft being milked over and over again, how easily she would fold and melt to his command, how much he longs for